Call the meeting to order, if everybody could stand. Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Sylvia Graham.
Here.
Mike Richter. Here. Greg Sims.
Present.
Red Stone.
Here.
Andy Vasquez.
Here.
Jeremy Rivas.
Here.
Andy Bozak.
All right, we got a quorum. Can we get a first reading, please?
First reading, Commissioners General Fund postage, $100,000. Commissioners Lit Fund, $100,000 to auto truck and equipment supplies. Commissioners Lit Fund contractual, $37,900. To the ARPA COVID Fiscal Recovery Fund, MOH contractual, $5 million. The Treasurer Tax Fee Fund, 1203, contractual services, $50,000. Foundation holding account, 4921, transfer of fund, $2 million. The Lit Fund, 112, transfer of funds of $1.4 million. The LRB CCMG Match Grant Fund, $9,400 for bituminous in addition of $2 million. Local Roads and Street Fund, 1169, vehicle repairs, $150,000. Motor Vehicle Fund, 1176, bituminous, additional $500,000. Extension General Fund, travel, $3,000. Reassessment Fund, 1188, hourly, $6,720. Soil and Water Conservation Fund, $5931. Salaries, $11,580.47. Hourly, $185. FICA, $900.06. Medical life insurance, $19,376. PERF, $1,297.01. School Resource Officers Fund, 4123, salaries, $15,237. FICA, $819. Medical life insurance, $19,376. First reading.
All right, everybody awake? Thanks.
Hey, no problem.
All right, there's first reading. If you guys don't mind, there's some things, we got some presentations. If you guys are okay with it, if I skip around this real fast and get some of the easy ones out of the way.
That's great.
Treasurer, make it. We'll get you
Oh, it's your lucky day.
tax sales fee fund. There's an additional $50,000 to contractual services. The reason tax sale estimated fees to be collected for redeemed, sold 2022 tax sale properties and 2023 tax sale properties.
Move to approve.
Motion.
Second.
Couple seconds, discussion. Seeing none, can we get a roll call for the additional?
Rivas.
Yes.
Vasquez.
Yes.
Stone.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Richter.
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
6-0.
Thank you. How about IT? IT General Fund, there's a transfer, $1,790.93 from data processing equipment to training and education. Reason, transfer of funds needed to pay no before. Shortest cost by purchasing a 3-year training course for staff rather than 1 year because the saving was significant.
Anything you want to say on that, Lee?
Self-explanatory, make a motion.
Gotta pay my bill.
It must be quite a savings because.
It was
you're a pretty
like a savings,
guy
like
anyway.
$10,000 or something. It was significant.
I'll make a motion.
Motion. Second. Couple seconds, further discussion on this.
Excuse me.
Seeing none, can we get seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey Lee, what's the status on the live streaming for the chamber?
The company will be here the end of July. It'll take 10 days to install. Then we should be good.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully.
All right. Extension. Extension General Fund, hello. There's an additional $3,000 to travel. Reason, travel has increased significantly due to new staff trainings, increased number of meetings and learning events.
How many do you have in your department now? You said it's fully staffed.
We have 4 full-time educators. We've just gotten our 4-H educator came to us the 1st of June, and we have a community development educator that just started in February. So now we're full-staffed educator-wise, but when you ask how many are in our program, we have 836 4-H'ers
Right.
that we're getting ready for fair.
Is that up? Is that up, by the way?
Well, prior to COVID, we had closer to 1,000, so we are down since COVID, but it's bounced back right at the year after COVID. So in 2020, we had, it was under 800, so we're slowly gaining ground.
What's great about that, I believe, is
I'm sorry.
you don't
what?
have to be, have an animal to be in 4-H.
No, you don't have to have an animal to be in 4-H. No, we
that should
love
be
all
a
kinds of projects.
That's
We
right.
have 85 different projects,
That's great.
so.
Jeremy, I'd like to make a motion, we approve the additional
I
3,000.
second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussions on the additional? Out of the general fund. Seeing none, roll call.
Rivas.
Yes.
Vasquez.
Yes.
Stone.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Reichtner.
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
6-0.
Thank you.
Where's Township Assessor? There's an additional out of the reassessment fund. The new assessor, huh? New Portage Township Assessor. Well, welcome aboard.
Thank
We'll try to go easy on you right now.
Please.
I can't speak for everybody, I shouldn't say we, so. There's an additional request in front of you from the reassessment fund for $6,720 to hourly. The reason appropriation needed to pay for an hourly person to help catch up on reassessments.
Did we talk about this once before?
Sylvia, I don't,
This is, you want it out at your township office, correct?
Yes.
And it seemed to me like I remembered where it was suggested that they use maybe some of the Porter County,
no, I think you're talking about
something else.
some software. I think.
Software for equipment for
Okay,
doing
thank you.
reassessments.
You're
Yeah.
right, you're right, thank you. I'll make the motion.
There's a motion.
I'll second it.
There's a second. Reluctantly, apparently. Discussion.
So, the moment, so it's just a part-time, as soon as this job is done, the job is, and the people know this?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Further discussion. Seeing none, can we get a roll call?
Stone.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Reichtner.
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
Rivas.
Yes.
Vasquez.
Yes.
6-0.
Man, I thought there'd be more
Thank you.
action. Nobody wanted to second it. Get out of here safe, run. Soil and water. There's some activity here. Soil and water conservation fund additional $11,580.47 to salaries. $185 hourly, $906 to FICA, $19,376 to medical life insurance, $1,297.01 to PERF. Reason appropriation needed to cover the cost of stipends and additional salaries for 2 employees, covering the cost for remainder of 2023. Here's a Form 144 that goes along with it, from $0 to $6,329.75 for district administrator, $0 to $5,250.72 for district conservation project manager. Reason, soil and water conservation fund Form 144 increase, changes in the salaries and titles for district conservation project manager from $58,332 to $63,582. Previously district engineering technician. District administrator from $55,420 to $61,751.75. Previously program coordinator. Amount of total increase is $11,580 $580.47. Because when we go on, put it all together, I think there's another Form 144 for the same fund.
Why don't we keep it
Five.
separate, so, do you want to or not?
I think it's
Just title
all the
change.
same, yeah.
Oh, they're all, okay, go ahead.
So $55,422 is the district administrator, $58,332 district conservation project manager, the reasons soil and water conservation fund. Form 144 title changes, changing the salaries and titles for district conservation project manager from $58,332 to $63,582, previous district engineering technician. District administrator from $55,420 to $61,751.75. Previous league program coordinator, amount of total increase $11,580.47. You
A
wanna?
lot of reading, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot, and they just let me keep going. They don't like cut me off and make a
We-
motion for
A
discussion.
polite.
couple of us met with Michelle,
All right.
and it's my understanding that this isn't gonna be any cost to the council, to
Zero.
the government. This is federal government? This is
Correct.
federal
We do
money.
extra work for the federal government, and they reimburse us for that work. And a few years ago, our board members decided to reward us by offering a stipend for taking on that additional work. A percentage of that money also goes into the Soil and Water Bank account to help with our operations. You might not be aware that when we come to you for our regular budget, we pretty much provide half of what we spend each year and ask the county for half. So it's kind of a match. So I'm here basically asking for your permission to take a check for $13,962.54 to the auditor tomorrow to deposit in our local fund so that those stipends can be paid to the staff and board members through regular payroll. So there's no concern about taxes or anything like that.
And that's money given by the federal government?
Correct.
You asking for two?
I'll try.
Make a motion for approval.
Second.
There's a motion in a couple seconds. So these stipends are based upon what? I mean, is it what we did last year? Is this like a prorated amount?
Correct. We have
I
a
mean-
5-year agreement with the USDA, and we're in our 4th year now, so we have one more year of that. Hopefully, they'll continue to offer that agreement with us because it's nice to have that stipend. Because often when you take on additional work, you're not rewarded for that. And so in this way, we have that extra money, and the board has said, that's a good idea. Let's reward our employees.
Well, the name changing and stuff, what are you,
The reason we are asking for that title change is, for many years, we've had job descriptions. We regularly update those job descriptions. Next month, we'll have employee evaluations before our board meeting. And based on the Baker Tilly study, we thought we would change that title, both titles rather, to reflect what they provided us with as a job description for both positions. So it's basically just a change in title.
following the wage study and those salaries are in line, why? And the salaries that you're increasing them to?
Well, that is just that temporary increase with the stipend. That's not a permanent.
Okay, that's what you're
Yes.
calling this.
Yes,
So,
correct.
and if the money goes away, you're gonna cut their wages?
Well, we would we wouldn't receive that stipend. We would just be at that
You're gonna
starting
work real
salary.
hard to make sure that doesn't happen, right?
Well, we do work very hard
I
for
know you do.
that
I know you
and
do.
try to keep that good relationship with USDA because that's, a pot of money that we'd like to draw from. And we help them additionally anyway with projects so that the farmers and landowners are better served because we only have one USDA employee in the office doing the conservation programs. As you can imagine, there are several landowners that want services, so we have to pick up the slack, whether that's helping them fill out an application for cost share or whatever it is. Otherwise, Porter County residents won't be served in that way.
Jeremy, I make a motion, we,
There's a motion.
Was there a motion and a
Motion
second?
That's
Oh,
right. All right, any further discussion on it? So, all right, we get a roll call on the additional and the 144 changes.
Rickner,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Rivas,
Yes.
Vasquez,
Yes.
Stone.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff, Porter County Sheriff, unless you want to wait and hang out to the end of the meeting, I know.
Punished twice in a row?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
School Resource Officers Fund, there's an additional $15,237, 2 salaries, $819 of FICA, $19,376 of medical and life insurance. Reason appropriation needed to cover the cost of additional officers to School Resource Fund. Additional school will be covering the cost for the remainder of the year. The Form 144 from $0 to $64,761, first class patrolman. Reason, School Resource Fund from 144 changes from 2 to 3 officers, difference of $15,237, needed for remainder of 2023. Want to just maybe explain real quick to the
Yeah,
entire?
so we are adding a additional school resource officer to East Porter County Schools. So that'll put a full-time SRO in that school district. They are covering the cost of 100% of while that officer is in the school session. Okay, so we are adding that to, in order to put that officer into the schools, we're taking someone off of patrol, which we don't want to do. So we're going to hire an officer that is going to, now that money's already been budgeted, and it's just a spot that we need to get approval from all of you to add on to another officer. The school district is, so essentially the school district's paying for all of that money that's going to pay for that SRO while he's in the school.
Where is that?
So you're saying,
General fund?
what I hear you saying is
For the school.
that they're going to pay while school's in session.
Yes.
So once school's out,
Yes. So next summer, and that's what I'm going to write into our budget for next year, we're going to pay that officer to, and all 3 of the SROs that are currently in schools, they're coming back to the road during the summer months of next year. So that's going to be an additional cost, but that's something we'll have to talk about for the budgets. So like right now, but that's only, so like right now, there's an 2 officers, they were both in Portage, okay? Portage no longer is needing those officers because Portage officers are now back into the Portage School District. So what we're doing is we're moving Officer Kurz from, that was in Portage, we're moving him to Boone Grove, okay, to the Pleasant Township School District. Okay, then Officer Steggy, he was in Portage, now he's covering Dunland, which is Jackson Elementary and Liberty Elementary and the middle school out there. So he's covering those. Now, my goal, obviously, is I believe in full-time SROs. I think they're very important. I think, but obviously we have part-time SROs, but the value that the full-time SROs bring is invaluable for building those relationships long-term with the students. So one of my goals was to get more officers, SROs, into the unincorporated areas of Porter County, okay? Which would be like, because Jackson is several miles from Dunland, or from Chesterton, which Dunland is covered by 5 SROs, but that is such a long distance, okay? That needs to be covered by the sheriff's office, okay? So that's why we have 1 officer there. Then we have another, so Kurz is also in now Boone Grove. He's going to be covering 3 of those. He's going to be, 1 officer is going to be covering a full-time position there, and then we have part-time officers that are paid for by the school district. So I think that's important. The other 2 that are not covered is East Porter County, which, speaking with Dr. Case, he's now agreed to pay for those officers full-time. And then the only one that's left in Porter County that isn't covered with a full-time SRO is Wheeler. But right now, Wheeler is okay with paying officers off-duty part-time. And the other reason why it's so important is because all of these officers in Porter County in the sheriff's office are working part-time. Okay, these are off-duty jobs, all right, which they feel very strongly committed to protect these schools, okay, but they also have to have full-time jobs at the sheriff's office. They're working doubles, they're taking time off, they're doing things like that. So it's very important that we have the schools protected, but we also can't burn the officers out, okay, while they're off duty, okay? Their quality of life takes a hit too. So what we also want to do is, and what this is doing, by having this, Yes, the schools aren't paying all year round, okay, like Portage was. However, we also have an issue with the number of officers that we have versus the number of officers that we need, okay? So during the summer months, instead of these officers being in the classrooms or being in the schools, now they're going to be coming back and working the road, okay? So that's a whole nother, issue that we're going to have to address come budget time, obviously. But this is I feel this is a success story for Porter County because it puts now full-time SROs in unincorporated Porter County schools.
And I'll tell you, it's, from being at East Porter County, there's very much value in the consistent SRO being there. The kids are familiar. Matter of fact, just about every SRO walks into my room and very comfortable with the kids and, government, economics, especially government. These kids have a lot of questions about, what do I do if I get pulled over? What do I do this? And having a familiarity with somebody, they feel that they are getting good information, but it's really interesting. It's a dynamic that a lot of people don't take into account.
Right.
So I fully appreciate and understand and it's amazing, and it's nothing but good. And in the summertime, putting more officers on the road when we have more activities anyway, it seems like it's a no-brainer.
It's a win-win.
Yeah.
I'll make a
So,
motion.
I second it.
There's a motion, a second on the additional in the Form 144. Any further discussion,
I'd
comments?
just like to say, I'd like to thank Sheriff Balin. Dunlin was in need of this because, our jurisdiction is Chesterton, Porter, Burns Harbor, and, we have schools in the county, 4 schools in the county, and I appreciate you taking this opportunity to get us a resource officer because our schools are spaced, very far apart, so.
Absolutely.
I know Dunlin's very happy.
All right.
So,
You're
It's
welcome.
unfortunate, we live in a world where every school
Isn't it
needs a
sad?
police officer.
Yeah.
But, I commend the creativity of making sure that happens in our county. But it's a reality of where we're at.
Plus, they see your officers in a more positive light, and they see that the police are there to help.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, all of you.
we love our SROs, so.
Thanks.
Further discussion, comments? Can we get a roll call on the additional and the 144?
Sylvia Graham,
Yes.
Mike Rutger,
Yes.
Greg Sims.
Yes.
Brett Stone.
Yes.
Steve Vasquez.
Yes.
Jeremy Reed.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Veterans.
Take care, Jack.
Veterans General Fund. How are you?
Good.
Just a easy transfer, $300 from office supplies to maintenance agreements. The reason transfer for copier printer increased over the current budget amount for 2023.
Make a motion.
Second.
Motion, a couple seconds. Discussion. All in favor of the transfer signify by saying aye.
It's okay.
Opposed, same sign.
No, I was actually going to say something else, but no, now that we're done with that,
Motion carries.
there you go.
Thank you.
You're,
Oh, okay.
we had a small discussion, but I want to make sure the rest of the people here know that we gave you some money to increase your opportunity to become more aware, your,
Outreach.
thank you, that's a good word. How's that? I know we're getting a lot of positive emails, and that's,
Yes, actually, I don't know if that's because of the PACT Act and a lot more Vietnam veterans are coming in, but we've had a lot of positive feedback from everyone, and we've actually gotten a lot of the ARPA stuff come in. In fact, I'm wearing one of the shirts right now. So I'm hoping when the fair comes around, we're going to be able to give out a lot of items like small string backpacks and baseball hats and things like that.
Okay.
I projected that hopefully that the material that I got will last the office at least 5 to 10 years, but who knows?
okay. But it seems to be working. I mean, you're getting an increase in numbers.
Yes, today was a very busy day, in fact, just nonstop. I wonder what it's going to be like in the next couple of years.
You're going to have more, possibly several
Probably,
fellow
yeah.
veterans who, especially Vietnam era veterans.
Yeah, we're getting a bunch of them, so I might need more people soon.
That's not quite where I was going with that, but, yeah.
Take the 3.
No, we appreciate your energy and the office. I've heard nothing but positive things, and
Thank you.
You're doing exactly what you said you were going to do, and this is cool. This is good stuff. That's what
Yeah, I love it. It's great.
makes our county very, very positive, and we appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thanks. All right, I think that's, you guys see anything else to throw out there real fast? If not, we'll just move right into go back, I shouldn't say right into the commissioners. And then, we'll have Baker Tilly come up with the commissioners. I think that just makes sense, so, you know, we'll go through this business real fast, and then I think there's a couple people from Baker Tilly, and we'll go into their presentation. So the commissioners have a general fund, there's an additional $100,000 of postage. This account will be depleted, appropriation needed to cover the increase in postage. The treasurer office has to send out more than usual 2023 tax bill due to DLGF requirements.
Motion approved.
Second.
The motion, a couple seconds on the additional to the general fund. That's a large hit to the general fund. For additional, there was, you know, nothing.
I thought that the commissioners were paying for the postage. Seriously.
From where?
What's your question? Why the, I guess the more than unusual tax bills due to DLGF requirements? I guess this is kind of just a big request, an additional of $100,000 for postage. You know, can you just elaborate a little more on it?
My understanding is it is due to, some of it was election-based, and some of it was this DLGF requirements on the tax bills that created the additional postage usage. There was nothing else besides what was required.
I think it was, in the past, they didn't have to send out a tax bill if there was a zero on it, but they had to send it out regardless, so they had to send it out.
She said that if the tax bill was zero before.
They didn't have to send out a notice, but now they have to for everything.
So is this something that's gonna be reoccurring then? You think this level of postage?
We don't know what the treasurer's requirements are, we just know that we had to allocate those funds for postage. That's all we were told.
It'll be something we'll have to look at budget time if it's going to be reoccurring. I was under the impression it was for 1 year, but if it's sending out tax bills with zero balances due to everyone, and that's what's actually causing the problem, I do think the bulk of this, though, was more election-based.
All right. And do we just pay postage out of one line item in your general fund, or are there more?
Correct.
Nothing?
For everyone.
For everyone, nothing
That's what I thought.
in lit or anything
Yeah.
else? There's no.
So you're right, the commissioners do pay for postage out of the general fund, the commissioners' general fund budget. That's why they're here for an additional to their general fund budget for postage.
Blowing our general fund additionals out of the water. But, I mean, this is definitely something we'll have to look at at budget time. So there's a motion and a second, I believe. Was there any further discussion on the additional? No? Seeing none, can we get a roll call on this additional?
Sims.
Yes.
Stone. Yes. Esquez.
Yes.
Rivas.
Yes?
Graham.
Yes.
Brickner.
Yes.
6-0.
There's another additional out of lit. $100,000 auto trucks and equipment supplies, reason appropriation needed for outside equipment repairs. Another additional $37,900 for contractual, reason appropriation need to pay for costs of fire alarm systems and Sheriff's Department. These repairs are required by the State Fire Marshal Office. So there's two additionals on here out of lit.
Make a motion.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. The $100,000 for auto truck and equipment, appropriation needed for outside equipment repairs. You wanna?
Well, we have a shortage of mechanics, and because we have a shortage of mechanics, we're gonna have to send things out.
This is the emergency location for money that in case our mechanics do become overwhelmed and we need additional repair from outside, this would be the place that we would go, obviously, because it's an additional out of lit. It will not be the first option. We're hoping we don't need it, but we wanted to obviously have it appropriately advertised and put on the agenda in case we do need it. We're not caught in the lurch.
Yeah, if we're lucky, excuse me, if we're lucky enough to hire somebody, then that could change, so.
Who normally would do this, sir?
We do this in-house,
Yeah, from the highway department?
yes.
But we don't have the mechanics right now?
We're missing, I think we have at least 2 open positions.
Is that correct, Jim?
Yes, 2 open positions right now.
So we're sending,
We haven't yet, but if we do,
Just in case.
just in case, we are attempting to hire and have been attempting to hire those mechanics for some time.
So this will lead into further discussion.
How long have those spots been open?
One of them at least 2 years.
Yeah, the other one just here in the last month or so.
Is there a reason why can't 2 years of vacancy?
$23 an hour, I think that's why.
Yeah, we're
Sorry?
we're
I thought we
we're
raised-
woefully short
Woefully low pay.
in what the market is paying
The-
mechanics.
The original hope was that last year's wage study would, when that all was done, that was going to solve that. It did give, I believe, the mechanics a fairly large increase, and we were hopeful that was going to change the outcome, but it has not drastically increased or allowed us to get one hired yet. So that was part of the delay.
well, there must be another reason.
Yeah, but 2 years, what are we doing to, maybe I'll ask the superintendent, what are we doing to try and recruit people? 2 years is a long time to have an open spot and not be able to hire somebody. But,
Well, we advertise the position.
yeah, well, what else are you doing besides advertising? Other than recruitment, are you going to job fairs or, is it, it's not just throwing money at a situation. 2 years is a long time. And now we have to outsource this because we've gone 2 years with not being able to hire anybody?
Well, clearly, the problem lies in what we're willing to pay in the salary. If you look at the difference of what the city's paying their mechanic as compared to what we're paying, it's
What is the difference?
drastically different. Right around 20 grand is what I'm being told.
The city pays
Jim,
$20,000.
Jim, do you know what that is? Right up?
I'm sorry. I should have just come right up.
Yeah, probably. What's the city of Valparaiso paying their mechanics?
I believe their salary is in the $60,000 range.
You believe, you don't know.
And then just for an example here, I did some research, and our mechanics are not just car mechanics, they're heavy equipment mechanics. They're working everything from large trucks to excavators and road graders.
Right.
Scale on that position right now is $46 to $56 an hour.
Well, my question to the superintendent is why have you allowed 2 years to go by without addressing this? Or why have we allowed 2 years to go by and we're in a situation now where we have to allocate money to outsource something that we should be doing in-house? I can see a few months, but, as a superintendent, to me, it falls on you. I've been a department head myself, and 2 years to have an open spot for a position like this, now we're in a position where we have to outsource, and this work should be done in-house, and it falls on you. That's my opinion, anyway, that you've let this go too long.
Like Scott mentioned, we were hoping that the wage study would rectify that, and it did not. And a lot of the members that I've been mentioning for years now, for the last 2 years, that we are woefully underpaying the mechanics. And that's why we're not getting.
How much is that position being paid right now?
Well, if you go to the highway superintendent, Jim Polaric portion of the agenda, it actually has the requested 144 changes to his mechanic positions, which would give you an idea of the pricing. The salary increases the department feels is necessary to attract mechanics.
And you're saying Valpo's paying 60-something? Is that what you thought?
And we're paying 55.
So, and you guys and I talked to Commissioner Biggs, about this. He let me know, why the 100,000 was going on there. And, I told, Jim, put it on there what you think, and we can have this discussion. So, this will definitely lead into further discussion on that. It's not a new conversation. Jim's been in front of us for a couple of years on this. I guess it does make me think of some other things too. I mean, we've had it vacant for 2 years, and we haven't had to ask for any additional, or nothing's been outsourced.
Well, there's been one position open for quite a long time. the second position just recently became open, and that was our chief mechanic. And so we have been making it without having to outsource it with taxing the mechanics that we've had available. But now that we've lost that lead mechanic, or what was the exact name of the position?
So,
The mechanics foreman, then now that has only occurred in the last, it's less than 30 days. So, which is why it's on this agenda.
Well, but again, it goes to, you know, what Councilman Brickner said. If we're not recruiting, I mean, if we're asking them to come to us and it's not working, why aren't we making a push to try and go to them, go to some of the schools that have the mechanic and give a presentation, say, hey, why don't you guys come work for Porter County? But if none of that's happening, then how do we know the money is the problem when you haven't exhausted all the other options to make them, you know, that's how I look at it.
Going like if you were to say the career center.
Sure.
They are not, they don't come out of their near qualified for what we need as far as heavy equipment mechanics and heavy diesel truck mechanics. That would be more of a, entry level position, not what we.
Where are these schools?
We've had people apply, but the ones that are applying, we'll interview them, and they're pretty much using us as a pawn, a bargaining chip as far as where they're at now.
A jumping off point.
Yeah, they apply, oh yeah, it sounds nice, and then 2 days later, we get a, well, no, thanks, I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
Or we were
So you're
leveraged for that employee's raise. Is more.
And what did you, I'm sorry, go ahead, Sylvia.
you're asking for 76? Is that right, Scott?
Yeah, if I jump to that, the mechanic foreman would go from about 56,000 to 76,960.
And the city of Valpo is paying 60. So we're
But
having a,
Jim, are you sure that's the number?
No, I do not, honestly, that's the
Okay.
last thing I heard, it was there in the 60s.
So we can get to that, so we'll get to that more. I mean, the two definitely connect to each other.
okay, this is more
But,
budget stuff.
Yeah, so I mean, this is to do an additional to have $100,000 just in case, there's a need
Good
to
point.
outsource in the interim while we're 2 mechanics short. So, and then there's also another, if you do the additionals together, that's the $37,900 to contractual for repairs to the fire alarm system at the sheriff's department. So there's 2
Yeah,
additionals in front of you.
Do you have a motion?
I don't think I have a motion. I don't
I'll
think
make
I
a
have-
motion.
I'll second it.
Motion and second. Any further discussion on these 2 additionals? Can we get a roll call on the 2 additionals?
Stone.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Brickner.
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
Rivas.
Yes.
Vasquez.
Yes.
6-0.
All right, well, let's just stay here, I guess, if you guys don't mind. Jim, you're up here. So,
Are we going to the highway department?
yeah, let's go to the highway department if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine.
We're right there with it. Jim's up here. So you guys, there's a lot of activity here. Let's just start with the top part, if you guys don't mind. Let's separate the top 3.
And then take the bottom of separate to pay.
Yeah, if you guys don't mind, because this top is all about, well, for the most part, I guess there's another additional down there for road funding, so. Well, let's just go. The top is, it's a foundation holding account. There's $2 million. It's an additional $2 million transfer of funds. This is interfund transfer of funds for paving of roads. And the next additional is out of the lit supplemental. We get a supplemental, you guys, every year. The state holds back X amount of dollars for whatever formula they come up with. And then they release it, and we just got our portion, and I believe it was $1.4 million thereabouts. So I thought, well, let's just throw that in the mix. I mentioned it to Commissioner Biggs, to put it on the table and see if you guys were okay with that too. Just do an additional of that supplemental $1.4 million transfer of funds, and this would go to paving also. It says an interfund loan to the community crossing grant because I'm gonna probably unnecessarily complicate this, but we need our $1 million to match the state for the CCMG, so then that we get the $1 million back. Jim down here had put an additional $500,000 out of, bituminous. That would be half of that. And so we could just, out of the 1.5, if we take 500,000 out of that equals our 1 million there. So then, but there's still the 900,000 left out of that lit additional plus the 2.9 million. So really, we'd have 3.9 million is what we're allocating for roads. And then if we get the $1 million from the state, which we should, there's $4.9 million for road funding.
For paving.
For paving, yes, for paving. And this is just what we've been doing the last couple of years. You know, as we've gone back and, you know, I think Mike Novotny's here and, you know, we can roll right into that afterwards, that, you know, we have 800 some miles of road in this county. I think that's both ways, right? That $2 million a year is just not keeping up with it. So the last couple of years, we've been working with the commissioners and finding if we could find a couple extra $1 million. We've gone into the subdivisions a little bit. We've stayed on the main roads. We've done combinations of them. So, you know, and last year we kind of put some things off, whatever got to the end of the year. So I thought, well, heck, we're dealing with some stuff. Let's try to get this funding in place right now so they can put it out to bid and get out there. So that's what these first two additionals do, you guys. I mean, it doesn't have to be those amounts. I threw them out there kind of going in what we've been looking at the last couple of years. The foundation holding account, if you guys remember, we created that when we created the foundation, and we knew that, maybe the returns wouldn't be that great. So we kind of started creating a rainy day fund, but then we went to smoothing, so we didn't necessarily need it for that purpose. So I think currently walking in today, there's like $6.7 million in there. Is that about right? So that would deplete that down to, 4.7, but we've been using it for road funding. But this lit supplemental is just extra, so. And this third part here, you guys, is mostly the local roads and bridge, the CCMG match grant fund. My understanding, with Joy, as we were discussing putting this together and talking to the auditor's office, this basically is just where we'd have to move the $1 million. I know it shows $2 million, but this would include our $1 million.
And the state's $1
And the
million.
state's $1 million. The money, this is where they've got to pay that CCMG paving out of. So if we approve these other things here, then they'll move our 1 million in there, and that's where the state's 1 million in, and they'll have to pay out of that because it's a grant fund, and grant money has to go into a grant fund to be paid out of. I know it's a lot, but, and later that additional on the MVH, that's the $500,000 Jim was putting into this whole thing, if we wanted to go this path, you guys. So that's paving. That's a lot. I'm gonna take 5 minutes. You guys have any discussions? And it goes into, Mike can come up here, we can talk about, where they're gonna do with that, what the needs are, with the subdivisions, and, this should just, there's no questions where this is going. It should just go off our PASER ratings, right, on main roads and subdivisions, if we wanna do a combination of both. And
Right,
we should
it's
just-
a hybrid of,
Yeah.
correct, the worst subdivisions and the worst roads.
Jim, do we have a list of the roads that you're going to be in?
Yeah, we've
priority?
compiled it, and then I can get it emailed to all of you.
Yeah, go, Mike, if you don't mind, yeah, thanks.
But
I know, Joy, I think those are included in your packets this evening. So
The road, it should be in here.
Yeah, the list of potential paving project candidates. Jim compiled a great list of subdivision roads with poor pavement condition ratings. Typically we like to use a handful of prioritization criteria. One is pavement condition, that's our primary criteria. But we also like to look at traffic ratings in terms of number of daily vehicles using the road on a daily basis, as well as ride condition, and kind of put that money to a worst first project selection. The problem with subdivisions is you're never going to, in some of the small subdivisions, you're never going to have the daily traffic counts to kind of trigger the investment. So it takes some special interest in treating some of those subdivision roads because they're just never going to kind of shake out at the top of the list considering those other criteria. So Jim's list, I think, highlights some, picks some very good subdivision roads to potentially spend money on. The other list that's in front of you tonight is additional county roads that have poor pavement quality, at least a moderate daily traffic count. So those two lists together The subdivision roads, and we really need to get to those soon, is about $2.8 to $3 million worth of work. So would fit nicely with what the council's considering tonight, because, yeah, those numbers, Jeremy, 3.9 million you guys are allocating. Once we subtract CCMG, we'll be left with about 2.6 million. So we could get most of those, if we decided to go the subdivision route, we could get most of those roads done this year. The county road improvements, those would be another 3.6 million in addition to that. So we've got to do some prioritizing between the two lists. But we have, I guess, why I included the list tonight was we have more than enough need out there right now to put that money into paving projects this year before they get worse.
Should also remind the council, we had that $1 million to pay back to the bridge fund that we took out for our matching for community crossings grant.
Well, we had that discussion a little bit earlier, so maybe I'm a little confused on it. I thought we were just waiting for the state to pay us back?
Nope.
That's ours that we have to pay back?
Yes. Because unlike this year, we're using that 3.9, 2.3 as our estimate on the CCMG. We're going to have to cover 1.3 of that, okay? So this part of this 3.9 you guys are considering tonight would pay for the CCMG. I don't think that process didn't happen last year. You guys gave money for paving, but none was set aside for the CCMG. So we borrowed from the bridge fund in order to pay the contractor for the work that they did.
CTMG.
This is a community crossing grant. That's the state's way of giving us our money, the taxpayer money back, but you have to come up with $1 million. That was the way that they got everybody to raise a wheel tax years ago. So that I was unclear about that. So that does bring an additional wrinkle to it. So we have to pay back the 1.04 million. 1 million.
1 million, yeah.
So then that means that you were putting in, so it's gonna end up being around 3 that we're just gonna be able to do the roads.
If we pay that back out of that, yeah.
Well, I appreciate Commissioner Briggs bringing it up, and I think it needs to be part of the calculations of the council. But that doesn't have to be decided tonight, and there could be, some additional discussion of where that money could be garnered from to pay back our bridge fund. At the end of the day, it's Porter County's bridge fund, it's our bridge fund that we owe the money back to, so.
What do we have, 12 months to pay it back? Is there
Or we start charging interest to you. No, I'm just.
Or we have to redo the resolution.
Redo the so yeah, it's 12 months or,
We don't like to get into that pattern.
Right.
It cause problems, it's confusing. We think it's confusing now, wait until we talk about it next year. However, just to point out, it's not something that has to be done tonight. But to be clear, we do owe 2022 the state. We got this CCMG grant, and we did not appropriate $1 million of our match, and that's where that loan came from, out of the bridge fund.
Yeah, I think.
22.
When does it have to be paid back?
Technically by the end of the year, but it's our resolution to our bridge fund. So that resolution could go over another year, but
rather not.
It's not the best practice.
No.
It's possible, it's not the best practice.
Yeah, just rolling it over. And I think we were all up here when this happened, except Andy, you get excused.
Thank you.
When we allocated, well, Red, I think you get excused too. You weren't up here.
I was going to say, I don't think Red was there.
Yeah. I think when we allocated that money late in the year, we were waiting for a plan from the commissioners. There didn't seem to be anything come down. The next thing you know, they opened a bunch of bids, and then we allocated the money. But I didn't think we thought we weren't not including our match. It is what it is.
But Jeremy, if the board's willing to hold conversation on this, I'd like to have a conversation with you this week, and I think I may have a solution to it.
Yeah, because it does. I did go back and find the agenda, and it does say that this amount is to be paid into the cumulative bridge fund from the commissioners. So I really enjoyed that part of it.
But I think there's an attractive alternative here that nobody's seeing.
So you guys think, you guys sitting in front of us think that, address what we have in front of us and we can come up with something else on the match that we missed.
Yeah.
It's fair, so you guys are, that's part of the discussion. Any questions on, let me find my agenda back. I read off those, if we handle the top three, guys, I think it was, I don't know if
You threw in
read
enough
off
figures in there.
the local roads and bridges,
tried-
the $2 million by 2 minutes, that's the additional to the CCD. So that would cover, with the additional later down here, the 3.9 million plus the state's, million, that's 4.9 million. And you heard Mike, you guys, and it hasn't been a secret up here that, taking care of our roads is an ongoing issue that we're not caught up to. We're behind.
And we have been working on that.
We have,
Yeah.
yes, we
And,
absolutely have.
It's, proof is in the pudding. We've been trying, and we know that we're not meeting all of the requirements, but we are certainly trying. I would make a motion. Is it,
Yeah, can we call these separately? Yeah, call these separately, since they're from different funds as well.
No problem. They would like to do the foundation holding account. If you guys are good with the $2 million out of the foundation holding account, I'll entertain a
okay, I'll
motion.
make a motion for that.
No. There's a motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Go ahead, discussion?
Question, foundation holding account, we have our foundation, we have a foundation holding account, and then we have a foundation budget. So our money that's in the foundation, the interest goes to the holding account, am I correct? And then that goes to the foundation budget. Is this a permanent solution to our roads every year?
It isn't permanent.
Oh, no, it's.
No.
It isn't permanent.
No,
That's what I'm saying, so this is gonna be a one-time deal, I guess, from the foundation?
We've been-
Holding account?
We've been getting into it the last couple of years, yeah. We had built it up, building the rainy day fund up before we went to smoothing. So, now we're getting the same amount out of the foundation every year to cover our expenditures. So we had started building this up prior to going to that smoothing process. So there was really no purpose then connected to that. We might have got up to 10 or 11 million. I'm not sure, what we had built it up to. So then we had started using it for paving the last couple of years. But no, there's only, if we approve this, there's only 4.7. There's no money going into this additionally. This isn't what we're budgeting off of. This is going to dwindle down every time we pull.
That's
out
what I'm
of
saying,
it.
every time it's gonna dwindle down, and
Yeah.
it should eventually, with the smoothing, it should go away, correct, the foundation?
This will, if we keep spending out of it, this is going away.
It's going away.
Yeah.
That's why we should be diligent about how we use it. And I think we have been.
So this is not a permanent.
It's not a
funding
solution.
No, it's
Long-term
Not long-term,
reoccurring, no.
Yeah.
nope.
But it is something that needs to be done.
Well, and
We agree to that.
if I may, Jeremy, just those of you that have been on the council for a year now, at least, have heard, Matt Gavelik, our previous highway engineer, provided a presentation last spring with Jim, I think, on sort of long-term needs. And just, with the cost of doing business having increased significantly over the last year to 18 months, just the price of everything going up, including asphalt, we're looking at probably $3.5 to $4 million worth of asphalt paving that we need to do every year, just to kind of hold the line with the condition of our roadways. If we want to look at improving the condition of our roadways across the board, additional investment into the asphalt paving budget is going to be needed. Highway Department already does $1.5 million worth
We already do.
of chip
yeah,
seal a
1.5
year.
Yeah, $1 million of chip seal and 300-some thousand of,
And we need to
Crack seal.
continue to do those things as well, because that extends the service life of our roadways. So certainly, the question about how do we continue to pay for road upkeep and reconstruction and rehabilitation is a question that we've been discussing for a number of years now with the commissioners, with the council, and that does need to be answered in the long term. In the short term, the actions that the council and the commissioners have continued to take to find money to put in our roads are greatly appreciated, and we've been able to hold the line with some creative solutions, and the highway department's done a great job using their in-house crews to do chip seal and crack, keep up with what we need to do and what we can do in-house. But not to be the bearer of bad news, but the need to spend money on our infrastructure just will never go away. We're never going to catch up. We're going to have to keep putting money in just to stay where we're at.
And Mike, can correct me if you think I'm wrong, but, as the infrastructure continues to age, we will not even be able to hold the line at some point. That as some of these subdivisions begin to age, as we continue to grow and more traffic enters our roadways and uses our roadways. I mean, at some point, and it's not in the too distant future, we won't be able to hold the line.
That's right. At some point, the technique we've been using, which is milling off the top 1.5 inches and replacing with a structural overlay, 2 1/4.
You're gonna have to dig down one of these days.
We're gonna have to actually reconstruct the roadway.
Reconstruct the roadway.
Yep. Which is much more expensive.
I think that report said $5 million would get us just kind of a slight blip over 20 years, I believe, because I read that, I was kind of interested in that.
That's right.
I mean,
That's
so
right. If we were to put $5 million into asphalt paving, plus what the highway department's doing with chip seal and crack seal, it will just give us probably a slight improvement over time, over the next 20 years.
So, and we've recognized that, that's why we've began to find the money. So,
Yep.
But, all right, for the $2 million, I don't know if I had a motion or not.
We did.
A motion, a
Long
second
time.
on the foundation. Sylvia's throwing stuff at me. All right, can we get a roll call on the additional $2 million from the foundation holding account transfer funds?
Vasquez.
Yes.
Stone.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Richter.
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
Rivas.
Yes. All right, there's the lit fund, which was, the supplemental that we got from the state, additional $1.4 million transfer of funds.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion and a second, and so just clarification, part of this will roll into that $500,000 will roll into the CCMG to cover that. Half of our portion of the CCMG, and then the rest will just go to paving out of another fund. So, any further discussion, questions on that? Could we get a roll call on that additional?
Sims.
Yes.
Richter.
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
Rivas.
Yes.
Vasquez.
Yes.
Stone.
Yes.
6-0.
And then this local roads and bridge, this is the matching grant fund that we have to pay out of grant money, so it's $2 million to bituminous. This is additional for the 2023 CCMG grant.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion, second, further discussion. Can we get a roll call on the $2 million additional?
Richter.
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
Rivas.
Yes.
Vasquez.
Yes.
Stone.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
6-0.
All right, the local roads and streets, LRS fund additional $150,000 to vehicle repair, reason appropriation needed due to increased costs of repair parts.
Correct, yeah, we had to do the same thing last year, just the price of parts went sky high. So this year I I increased the budget that you're gonna be seeing here in the next couple months. So hopefully we don't have to come back, but price of parts is, we'll order a part and it'll be $800 when we order it, and when we finally get it a couple weeks later, it's $1,200. And it's not like we can go to AutoZone and get, the parts for the trucks.
And that's
Is there only one supplier that offers those parts?
Oh, yeah, a lot of those, they're vehicle specific. Yeah, so it's not like we can go out shopping for the cheapest parts. There's one source and that's it.
Wow.
I make a motion, we approve the additional.
Motion, second, discussion, further discussion? Questions, comments? Get a roll call on that additional
Graham.
LRS.
Yes.
Rivas.
Yes.
Vasquez.
Yes.
Stone.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Richter.
Yes.
6-0.
All right, let's just take this top one, if you guys don't mind, the additional $500,000 to bituminous. That's the reason appropriation needed for 50% of the matching funds for the 2023 CCMG grant. This is the other part of that. $500,000 will marry up with $500,000 out of the lit to get our million from the state.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, further discussion. Can we get a roll call on that additional?
Vasquez.
Yes.
Stone.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Brickner.
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
Rivas.
Yes.
0.
All right, and this.
That was the fun part.
Now the fun part, but, yeah, let's get through this and then we'll have Mike get into stormwater real quick. So, all right, so this is just the follow-up of what's going on, you know, so, yeah, it's a Form 144. You know, I told Jim to go find a number. Doesn't mean we have to agree with this number at all. There's $55,972.80 to $76,960 from mechanic foreman. That's at $37 per hour. There's $55,539.20 to $72,800. That's 3 mechanics at $35 per hour. And then the $41,000 to $58,240, that's mechanics assistants, $28 per hour. No additional needed at this time. Mechanic foreman salary increase of $20,987.20. Mechanic salary increase of $17,260.80. That's 3 of them that are being increased there. And the mechanic assistant salary increase of $16,640. Amount of total salary increases are $89,409.60. So Jim, and we talked about this. You know, you're moving everybody up. You're just following up that mechanic. Is that what you're doing with the salary ranges?
Correct, yeah. When I did my research, you know, like I said, you're looking at 46 to 56 an hour for a heavy equipment mechanic. And obviously, we cannot afford 46 to 56 an hour. So I went on to Indeed, the same website the county puts their jobs on, where ours has been on it for, you know, the last 2 years. And there's pages of mechanics at up to $35 an hour. So that's kind of where I got the 35 was, even to be competitive, we need to at least be at the 35. We get noticed. The days of having mechanics walk in off the street, look at, the mechanics aren't out there like they used to be. The ones that are out there are making a good living. I stopped by, or I called Greens because I noticed right down here they had a sign up, Auto Tech wanted, so I just called him. I said, hey, what are you guys paying? And he said it's anywhere from $70,000 to $80,000 for an automotive mechanic. And these are, you know, like I said, our guys are heavy equipment mechanics.
One of these is you want an increase for the assistant, but you already hired the assistant, right?
Right, but I want to keep him in line. And the one we hired, we got,
Wouldn't that come at budget time?
well, I wanted to, it can, but I don't want to lose him. I don't want him to see these. The one we got lucky and got an older gentleman that retired from his own business. I mean, he's a great welder, and, you know, and a fab guy. So while he is the mechanic's assistant helping him do stuff, he's also doing a lot of welding and fabrication for us. So I don't want to run a chance on upsetting him by the mechanics getting a big raise and he's way underneath them. I was going to try and wait until, you know, budget time, but then when we lost our mechanics foreman 3 weeks ago, that just put it all in overdrive. We have not had to farm anything out yet. There are times where we do have to send something to the Mack dealer or the John Deere dealer because we do not have the software to get into it because of proprietary issues.
What would it cost to do something like that, so put it better in line if we had to go and send it out?
Any of those type of repair shops are anywhere from $140 to $160 an hour.
But that wouldn't be, if you're talking about software, you're talking that's a different situation than a mechanic. You'd have to farm that out anyways.
I'm saying, I may have stated it wrong. What we send out now is because we do not have the software to fix it.
But a software is not a salary of it. You're talking two different things. Having somebody to do the work is different than the software to do the work.
Right, no, I was just trying to say that we're not sending things out to get repaired that we have the capability to repair. The only things we're sending out right now are the things that we cannot repair because
of the software.
Software that we cannot even get.
Okay, that makes sense.
I said it wrong.
Yeah,
So I was just
I'm with
trying-
you now.
I just want to make sure that everybody knew that we're not sending things out right now. We have not been sending things out, even down to mechanics now. We're still keeping our heads above the water. But it can't.
What were they making
continue on.
before the study? Because I know my first meeting, I looked at the study, and I think he got bumped up to 25, and I said,
Yeah, I think the
well,
mechanics
these guys
before the
missed-
study
they
were
missed the-
maybe like $21 an hour.
They missed the boat, because $21, I pay shop high school kids $20 an hour for my
That's
shop.
what I pay kids to
And
pay
you wonder why
all
you
day.
can't get people to work for you. I mean, diesel mechanics, 35 is not out of the realm. I mean, local 150s, like you said, what?
Like I said, yeah, 150 is
55 bucks an hour?
46 to 56 an hour.
Yeah.
And heavy equipment mechanics, because of the area we're in, they're 150 because of where they work, except for maybe a couple small independent shops. They're union guys.
Yeah, we know we can't. We're not.
We
gonna
can't
compare.
match.
We're not going to.
No.
I mean, we're government here. It's not, but we've got to figure out the balance of, you
Yeah.
know, attracting people for the benefits that we have, the work hours, the, you know, the
Right,
holidays, the
which
what
is
else?
which is where I came up with this, you know, the scale that I came up with. Was looking at the open market to what it's going to take to get people to, qualified people to apply.
I glanced at the study before we came in here.
I'm just, you know, just a couple comments on, you know, I think 2 years is a long time to be vacant. I'm not going to deviate from that. But we are not the only county or the only situation of, there are needs that have employee needs, recruitment needs, whether it's mechanics or something else. And I guess my question is, I mean, you've been doing some things, it sounds like you've been calling greens and doing some research recently. Exactly what else has been going on to try and recruit somebody or to find somebody to offer a county job to? I mean, and we can throw money at things all day long, but that isn't 100% of the solution.
Well, they've been.
I guess just to finish, I think that's what I'm asking is what, as the department head, what other things have you done to try and fill this spot? You know, again, it's within the last 2 years. And then coming to us in July for this type of a salary increase, the timing's bad. And again, I just don't think we are not unique to what's happening. But again, it's going to come back on department heads, and I'm going to, whether it's you or another department head in the county, what are you doing creatively to try and combat what everybody else is dealing with, not just Porter County, when it comes to trying to recruit good employees? And that's my question. I guess that's what I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've been advertising on the website and Indeed, but it's not just the county, it's industry-wide as far as mechanics. There's a shop down in Hebron that sometimes we have to send stuff to because the software, we can't get it. He's offering $50 an hour, and he can't hire people. John Deere dealer down here in Malden, I have not asked them what they're paying, but every time, everybody's looking for mechanics. So they're just not out there. So I mean, other than advertising, you go around, you beat the bush, you try and contact people you know in the industry, and everybody's short.
Let me just say, I just want to ask one thing to go back on what you say. We've had people apply. So when you're saying there aren't mechanics, is it there aren't mechanics or we aren't hiring the people? You said we've had some apply. Did you not, did I hear that wrong? You've had applications.
The ones that do apply are not near qualified for what we need.
Okay.
We're getting, nothing against tire change guys, but, we're getting people that change tire, that apply to, work at like Levin Tire or something like that. They apply, but they have no background in diesel automotive or diesel or heavy equipment repair.
Where, Jim, if this was okayed, where are these people gonna come from? If you say they're not out there, they're not applying.
Well, that's where hopefully by getting in the price range we need to be, then maybe we can get people to jump ship and leave where they're at and come to the county for the better benefits and the better environment.
That's where the benefits come in. But we're so far removed from what they're able to get in a salary someplace else. The benefits themselves are not going to be the primary attractive.
Because like you just said, we do pay good benefits. The county,
Oh, correct, but when you're $20,000 under what they can make at another shop,
but you're saying the city of Valparaiso pays $60.
that's the last I heard. I would need to call them and verify exactly what they're paying their employees.
Gives me motions, I don't want to vote on it until I really know what they are paying.
Well, and then, Valpo, I don't know, they don't have a lot of the equipment we do either, road graders, you know, the heavy
Well,
equipment.
they have,
They may, but I don't know if they have to the extent that we do. As far as, you
Got a lot
know,
of heavy stuff. It goes down Joliet Road every day.
but I don't want to tell you the wrong number as far as what Valpo is paying.
well, and you made a good point, Mike. We're bringing this prior to budget, and this definitely is a budget.
Well, and as I said, I wanted to wait till budget and address it because we'd been one short and we've been getting by with the one short, but now we're two short.
So they lost another one, and that's why I told them, I said, bring it in front of us, have the discussion. I told them you're gonna get, you know what's gonna happen, you know the questions, it's gonna be the same as this, it's not budget time, but I said, bring it, have the discussion, see what happens.
Do you believe the likelihood that we could bring somebody in with an increase like that?
I believe so. Just some of the conversations I've had with people I know that are mechanics and that I've been trying to get to come to the county. And when they find out the pay, they just, I can't do it. But now when I say, well, if I can get more money, they say, well, then they would consider it.
That's where the benefits come in.
See, here's the thing. I am fearful of, and what I know from sitting up here with budgets, we're taking this now and looking at this, whether or not we want to pay for this tonight. And then come budget time, other people in your other departments are saying, the guys in the mechanics, they're not doing anything unless we break down. We're doing all the work, and they're sitting there until our machines break down. They're getting all the money, now we want the money. So I'm just wondering what's one feeding another?
Well, I don't care what day of the week or hour of the day you walk
No,
into
but
that
do you
garage.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand, but what I'm saying, Sylvia, is that there's not any time that you can walk through those garages where there's not something that has to be worked on, it's being worked on.
I understand that.
There's just so much equipment, it gets used so hard that it's constant.
I was saying that rather facetiously.
Hey.
But you know what I'm talking about, guys will be
Oh,
saying.
yeah.
And it's come budget time, there's people gonna be saying, hey, look what these guys are making over here.
Can I make a suggestion? We paid $100,000 for a study. I think 2 meetings ago, Mike had asked, I think, Jim to come back and ask the gentleman who did the study, why don't we go back to them and say, hey, see if you can't talk to Mike, talk to other people and see where they're at, because I think they're grossly underpaid. I mean, this is, like I said, when I saw that, this is a joke. There's nobody I know would work for $25 an hour as a mechanic. I'm just telling you that right now. Nobody I know.
But what's kind of rattling or disturbing about it being open as long as it has, and I think Mike brings up a legitimate point. It's been 2 years. What are we doing other than the mechanics in this area know that's open, and it has been open. They're not, as Jim I think touched on, is that they're not going to jump, even if our benefits are a little bit better for a cut in salary to that extent. Now, if we can get a little closer to it with and couple that with our benefits, I think then now we're in the game. But it's just you can't tell me that the mechanics in Valpo don't know we've had an opening for 2 years. Of course they do. And our benefits are nothing against the city of Valpo. That's a great place to work, but our benefits are a little stronger.
Yeah, I think they are.
Scott?
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say something. I'm going to try and be delicate. It's not my gift. It is, but I'm going to do my best, and this is not a personal statement. But just to kind of introduce, and it's going to segue in, is that, I mean, salaries are a piece of the puzzle. If a healthy work environment is just as important, or not more important, than how much money somebody's going to be making. And I guess, I didn't have this concern up until a month ago, and I'm just going to recap, and I'm not interested in any details, but we had an individual, give a presentation, a 20-minute dialogue in reference to your department, a former employee, and I'm not putting any credence one way or the other, because I think it's being looked into properly. but it raises some concern that I'm going to be the one to speak about it, that in my opinion, it's not all about money. And now, I have to have a question until some of this is resolved.
It's been resolved.
I haven't heard of any resolution.
You wouldn't be because you're not a commissioner.
Yeah, well.
But it has been resolved.
Okay, well, then it was brought to our attention, then maybe some communication would be helpful if it was resolved.
You brought.
But I'm just saying that the last I heard was somebody standing up
Brought it to
here.
your attention, Mike.
I'm sorry?
You should have known better than that.
We should have known better than what?
No better than what, Jim? The last I've heard, it's somebody standing up here making a statement, and the last written communication I had was from a special prosecutor was looking into it. That's the last written communication I've had. I haven't had anything from your office or you about any of that, not just the resolution, but what was done, to prevent that from even getting to that point, but that doesn't really matter at this point. So if it's been resolved, they don't know what the final resolution is, if it was unfounded, unsubstantiated, which, that's great.
All of the above.
Okay. Well, then what I'm saying is that, my point is that the work environment is also a part of the equation. And to argue against that would not be true.
I understand that, but I don't like the assumption you're putting out that there's something wrong with the work environment out there, because there's not.
What I'm saying is I'm relaying to what was brought to our attention in a public meeting, Jim. And it was a surprise to, I think, to everybody on the council. But it was at a public meeting. It kind of caught us off guard. Don't know what's happened since then. Haven't heard anything again from your office. You said it's resolved. Okay. And I'm just bringing it forward because this is now something to have a vacancy for this long. What are we doing about it? Are we going to throw money at it? Is that going to solve the issue? I'm not convinced 100% that it will. It's a piece of it, but it's, what kind of work environment?
Okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion, certainly, Mike, but it's 99% of it. It is, people need to be paid.
You're wrong. Money is not 99% of the issue.
Well, when you
It has to do with benefits. That is not true.
This is the business.
One at a time.
That's not true.
Mike, when you have a job like that.
Kidding me?
Hold on.
When you have a job like that not too many people can do or will do, it's a tough job, and it's a tough environment to work into. Money's important, especially in a time that we live in where.
I'm not denying that salary isn't a piece of it. But again, what was brought to our attention as a council now is another piece of the equation.
But
And
Mike,
that's what I'm discussing.
If the commissioners are the ones who are going to get this information, did anybody call the commissioners? I did. I knew it was resolved.
I didn't.
I know it was
I didn't
resolved, 'cause
know
I
it.
talked to him.
I called them.
Well, it's not,
I've talked to them too, nobody said
No,
anything.
and I mean this with all due respect. That it is not the executive body's habit of taking personal employee issues and sticking them out in through this building. That we should not be doing that.
Jim, it was a former employee that did that. It wasn't anybody on this council.
An employee who had been terminated justly.
You know what, what I'm saying
I can't
is,
help that they wanted to come
what
in
is
front of
relayed
you.
here. I
If
mean,
if
that
I sat
person
in that
did
chair,
that.
and I did it one time, I would have told that former employee, sir, you're in front of the wrong body. Go in front of the Board of Commissioners if you have an issue with a former the superintendent or supervisor. It sure, Mike, wouldn't have been, go to the prosecutor with it. That was unfair.
Especially when he filed a lawsuit. I mean, it was already under legal.
Wasn't unfair. When we open this thing to the general public, now we start cutting people off because, he came in, he read something, we didn't know where
Jeremy,
he was going, I wasn't gonna cut
I
him
didn't
off.
say cut the man off.
Yeah, and,
But to
He had
make
accusations
a
up here.
recommendation to him to go to the prosecutor.
yeah, I sent him to what I thought, when I was the one who said it, to go to the proper board. If there's something wrong, go talk to the proper authorities.
Well,
So-
I'll bet you, and I don't know for sure, but I'll bet you, and I'll say it in front of everybody, that's not the legal advice you got.
No, I think, he didn't tell me exactly
Yeah, I
what to
didn't think
say,
so.
but
Well,
we
Jim,
stay out of it.
There'll be an argument too.
So at the end of the
that
day,
on-
we're arguing
that on
about
the-
this, a
you know, that
political
on the
issue,
front
we're
end
gonna
of
have
all
people
that,
not
it
getting
wasn't handled
paid.
Either, you know, that it
Okay.
shouldn't even gotten that far.
I would like to try
Well, hold on
and
one
help-
second, if you don't mind, Sylvia. I don't, Scott, were you gonna say something about, no? You wanna jump in now? Water got too bubbly or, so, yeah, I mean, Mike's point, and to Mike has been when we were,
But just to recap, I am not going to approve a significant salary increase the end of June. You know, so before we can take a vote, I'm not gonna, I don't support this.
When you say, okay, when you said significant, you kind of left it open to.
Well, I think this is pretty significant for this time
Well,
of
if
year.
they're at 25 and 30, I get that, but I'm saying if he says, oh, hey, how about 30, how about 20, I mean, to give them something, I mean, it is what it is, but like I said, it's, maybe because I'm in the business, this is what I do, when I see 25 bucks an hour for a diesel mechanic, it's not a, you know, a regular mechanic, even those guys make good money. I mean, $25 is low, and that's why you're not getting anybody. I said that at the very first meeting I was at. And it's unfortunate that politics has to get in the way of, you know, guys getting a good wage. So, blue collar guy work their butt off and, you know.
Yeah, but the other thing too, you're not looking at is they're working less hours for us than they would a private company. So the numbers are automatically going to be lower.
Exactly, there's gonna be.
But I mean, a mechanic going home after 35 hours a week versus another one going out at 45.
Highway works 40 hours a week.
Okay, so 40. But again, we got to make sure we're comparing the right things. I'm not saying they're not underpaid, but we got to be careful. Just like, you know, some places are on book time. They work their butts off and they're getting more money because they're getting paid to change an alternator that they can pound out in a half hour when a book says an hour.
All I'm saying is you look at some of the budgets in that book and you see the hourly wage and then you look at a diesel mechanic and they're underpaid. Bottom line, they are underpaid. And if we want to leave them underpaid, then fine. Then maybe another mechanic leaves and we send more stuff out. That's all. It's that simple.
It has to be, it's underpaid in your opinion.
Like I said, if you've got two positions open, this is the business I'm in.
They've been
Blue
open for
collar
2
business, this is
years.
what I've been
Not one
doing
position,
for
just
25
one.
years, I
Just
can
one.
tell you.
Just one. All right, Scott, did you have something real
Yeah,
fast?
see, the simple point I want to make is the reason why it was advertised the way it was is that the $100,000, which I believe you've approved already for the additional to trunk and to the auto truck and equipment supplies, was to get us past this hump. So, does it have to be dealt with at this meeting? It doesn't. It doesn't mean that it can't be next meeting when we could potentially get the wage study people here, we get a better idea of exactly.
We paid 100,000, we paid 100,000, let's ask them, let's ask them to revisit it.
But we don't.
We paid the money, revisit
My
it.
point simply is, obviously, this is an issue it is the end of June, we have budgets around the corner. That is why the $100,000 additional, so that if we needed to have multiple meetings to be able to get to the right number as to what these individuals should be getting paid, we could do that, and we don't have a gun to our head as we sit here today. We have a way out, however, and I think to Mr. Stone's idea of having the wage people come back in, because we were here with the wage people, and that's where we went from whatever we were in 21, or in 22 to what we are now in 23.
And Jeremy, I think you wanted us to do both. I think you wanted that $100,000 and you wanted us to present both.
I didn't want, Jim suggested the $100,000, that wasn't my idea, but I said, yeah, that's fine, but I told him, bring it up in front of us,
you
for
have the
sure.
option. That's
So
all.
I glanced at the wage study out there before we came in, I think the external high point was $60,000 for mechanics. So the Wagner, Irwin, and Sheets, I think is the name of it. I think their external high point for a mechanic was $60,000, so, you know, I don't know, bringing them in, calling them in to come and tell us it's today at $62,000, their external high point for these mechanics was $60,000. I would think that, you know, they've given us somewhat of a baseline, and you would think that Jim, who's in the business, is out there, would go out there and find out, you know, how we get somebody. And, you know, I get it, Mike, too. Mike, you've said it, you haven't changed I sat in Sheriff, last year I think it was pension, and he pressed on, you know, Sheriff Reynolds about, listen, what else are you doing to recruit? What else are you doing? It's just not about pay, it's, you know, it's benefits at that time. You know, I think you talked about different, different shifts and stuff. It wasn't just one thing. So, you know, Mike had thrown that at the sheriff last year's, you know, which I think he's talking about, it's working conditions. And I think Red, I mean, you have to agree with that. It's never just about money. People leave
No,
good jobs.
it is about working conditions, but
People
when I
leave good
see
jobs all the
politics getting
time.
injected into it, then I see then I see people, you know, possibly not getting a fair shake, getting well, because Mike didn't have to bring that up. It was
Well, I think he's speaking to working conditions.
But then he should have just said working conditions, that's all.
So-
Because like I said, then it sounded
It
personal.
was brought up at a public meeting.
So you guys,
I
In front of all of us.
we don't,
just saying
we
the
don't
guys
have to
get-
do anything
Those
here.
guys get the shaft.
We don't have
Make
to
a
do,
motion to table this.
that's fine, there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, let's table this. We have a lot
second
to
it.
cover.
There's a motion and a second on the floor.
Are we gonna have the study or no?
No,
Just it was
I
60
did, my motion
60,000?
doesn't include that. Do you want to make a motion afterwards? You
There's a
can.
motion and a second on the floor to table, but I would just say, you guys, you know, I'm not sure it's.
Do you want to have
Because
it,
he
Buddy?
brought up.
Guys, can I have the floor for a second? I
Yeah.
mean, I don't mind discussion back and forth and getting it out, but, we don't have to do it exactly. I mean, there's another good point brought up. We've had a vacancy for 2 years and they haven't outsourced anything in 2 years. So, to me, that tells me something. Maybe we look at just increasing one mechanic spot right now, the mechanic foreman, you know, to 60, 62 or something. Put something out there, go forward a little bit. I mean, and see if he can find somebody that would bite at 62, you know, that's $7,000 raise. You know, and not touch the, you know,
You want to make that motion?
I'd be fine with that.
there's a motion and a second on the floor to, table it.
I'll withdraw my motion. I like
So
the
you
idea.
wanna go half with the halfway point between all of them or just the one? I have no problem with
I'd like to see if it'll
that.
work.
All right, you
If it
you
works,
withdraw your
that'd be
motion?
fine.
Do you withdraw your motion?
I withdraw my
So,
motion.
I mean, if you guys, we don't have to do everything. So obviously, they've been open for 2 years. They're not panicking and going crazy out there. So the most important would be the mechanic foreman. I don't know a number, you guys, it's somewhat arbitrary, but like I said, I think it was 60-some thousand in that study.
Let's go with 65.
Hey, that's
No.
fine.
Instead of flying blind, why don't we wait, they've got the $100,000 at their little safety net. Let's find out some other numbers, let's see
Okay.
what Valpo, let's see what the area's doing.
Well, they're so
And then let's
sure.
make a better decision instead of just throwing things at a dartboard and hoping they stick somewhere.
I agree. Thank you.
Because they're not, I mean, they have an outlet, they're not gonna have dead vehicles on the road. They're
All right, make your
they're
motion
gonna-
again, Sylvia, because obviously the votes aren't going to be there, so.
So you withdrawing your motion or do you?
I'm going to withdraw.
You already did. Make another motion to table it,
Hey,
Sylvia.
I'll make a motion, we table it then.
There's a motion, second.
Second.
Further discussion. All in favor of tabling this, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same
I don't know what we're
sign.
gonna do.
That was,
Sorry, Jim.
Jim, can you get us, can you go to Valpo? Can you go to maybe
Terrible.
somewhere in Lake County? Can you, LaPorte County? Can you try to get us some
We'll gather the information.
some
for you.
definitive numbers of, mechanic foreman, mechanics,
Yeah, we'll go to a few different places.
yeah, give us a better ballpark to poach some of these other mechanics.
$20 below the union.
Just go walk in there and ask what the lead mechanic in Valpo makes and offer him something a little bit above it.
That'll go for a while.
Do that in LaPorte and do that somewhere in Lake County, we'll have a
I
number.
may not be, you're welcome back there again, but
So, all right, guys, listen, sometimes making the sausage isn't pretty, but we do it in public. So, is there anything else? Mike Novotny's still here? He didn't run?
I am still here.
He's amazed.
Mike, do you want to go real fast? Because there was some questions about, I'm glad you brought the road stuff up. If anybody else wants anything on that, about stormwater, where we're at with stormwater projects. I think Sherwood has kind of been a top question.
I think I've covered the road, I'm happy to entertain any questions about road paving needs, but I think we covered that during our earlier discussion. In your packet is a one-page handout on the stormwater program's current prioritized project area list. So with Chelsea Gordon, our stormwater program manager, we put together this list to give you a snapshot of our current priorities. And it's a list of 10. larger project areas. There is a sort of disclaimer on there that, look, we can't have discrete sort of standalone projects within individual subdivisions and streams and ditches across the county that warrant immediate attention and the use of resources such as sinkholes forming over the top of failed pipe. And we've got that situation in Moraine Manor. But at the top of the list is Carriage Hills subdivision. The financial need in that subdivision is about $1.3 million. We do have ARPA funds allocated to that project. Next on the list is Salt Creek Valley Commons subdivision. This is part of the greater South Haven area, so this is by Samadovich Elementary School, if you're familiar with the area. Subdivision built beginning in the early 1970s using corrugated metal pipe, which rusts, has a life expectancy of about 20 years. Subdivision is about 50 years. We have some significant needs there. We completed a study on Salt Creek Valley Commons, New South Haven, which is number 4 on the list, and Coventry subdivision, which is number 5 on the list, just earlier this year. The need identified financially in Salt Creek Valley Commons is about $11.4 million. We have ARPA funds allocated to a couple of high-priority projects in Salt Creek Valley Commons, so we're taking care of some of the most immediate need there by the end of next year or early 2025 for sure. Shorewood Forest subdivision, just completed a study last year. It got posted to the website earlier this year. Again, subdivision built beginning in the early 1970s. The older portions of the subdivision have corrugated metal pipe. That's rusting away and failing. We have about $12 million worth of financial need in Shorewood Forest. Again, ARPA funds, some ARPA funding has been allocated to address a couple of the highest priority needs in Shorewood Forest subdivision. Number 4 on the list, New South Haven subdivision, about $6.9 million worth of need as shown by our recently completed study. Coventry subdivision, much newer subdivision. However, from what we've seen, there's a complete lack of control of the contractor, and the means and methods and the materials that were used were certainly substandard. Essentially, we've got to replace all the storm sewer in that subdivision. The closed circuit televising that we did on the storm sewer, it looks like you're on a roller coaster ride, and that's not good for storm sewer. So about $4.7 million worth of need in Coventry. The Kankakee River, and this is a substantial drainage basin that covers 8 counties in Indiana and extends into Illinois. Eventually, the Kankakee joins the Illinois River. The work plan that was completed for the Kankakee River back in 2019 identified at least $135 million worth of need, but that's being addressed through a relatively new working group that was created by state statute called the Kankakee River Basin and Yellow River Basin Development Commission. Working according to that work plan to address needs, the county pays about $200,000 a year from our stormwater fee to help fund those efforts. All of the other counties make a pro rata contribution equivalent to ours based on land use and the amount of land that they have in the basin. North Stimson Drain, this is a long-standing need that affects drainage out by the fairgrounds. There's about $1.5 million worth of need out there to replace that drain, make improvements to the downstream wetland which receives the drain. We have ARPA funds allocated for that. Fieldstone Manor and Rolling Meadows, 8 and 9 on the list. These are good illustrations of what the need is in smaller subdivisions across the county that are 20 years old or more. Essentially, when we start to look at the storm sewer in those subdivisions, we find significant need in terms of storm sewer that has to be replaced or rehabilitated. A lot of it is concrete or corrugated metal pipe that's rusted away, or it's plastic pipe that was installed, again, with substandard materials or construction means and methods. So Fieldstone Manor, Rolling Meadows, there's about $1 million in each of those subdivisions of work that needs to be done. and you can translate that, extend that to any number of similarly sized subdivisions across the county. And then Old South Haven, we've made a significant impact in Old South Haven, greatly improved. At this point, all of the storm sewer in Old South Haven is either new or has been completely rehabilitated in situ. We still have a few sort of second phase projects we want to do that are basically storm sewer extensions to alleviate what are like nuisance roadway flooding conditions, but there's about $7.4 million worth of need still in Old South Haven. We've done about $15 million worth of work so far, and very well received, and has alleviated the major problems that existed in Old South Haven. So, doing the math for you, just these 10 project areas, we've got about $48 million worth of need for capital improvements that we've got to do. That doesn't include the operation and maintenance that we have to do just to keep up with the existing infrastructure, so it doesn't fall into a state of disrepair where we've got to completely replace it. We need to probably put about $1.5 million a year into our 600 miles of regulated drains and storm sewers and detention basins across the county. You guys are well aware that our annual revenue is about $3.5 million through the Stormwater Fund. About 67% of that goes directly back into projects, so we run pretty lean. But we've got the bond service for the work we've already done, the debt service on the bond for the work we've already done in Old South Haven, which only leaves us with about $1.25 million to put into projects and operation and maintenance every year. So much like we've done with the road funding the last few years, we've been creative with stormwater. We've partnered with the Army Corps of Engineers on a project in Old South Haven. We've got additional grants that have come in, and we'll continue to pursue those. But there is a need to address sort of this funding gap. The more we look and the more we find out about our needs across the county, the more it shows we've got a funding gap there from what the fee provides right now to where we need to go. And it's no surprise, the fee was set back in 2015 and put in place in 2016. Since 2016, the cost of living, the cost of doing anything has only increased significantly. So in terms of construction dollars, $1 in 2016 is about 50 cents today. So it doesn't get us nearly as far as it did 7 years ago when I started. So Jeremy and I have been talking, the commissioners and I have had discussions starting about, hey, how do we address this funding need? And the reason for bringing this to you tonight is just to kind of give you a brief summary of what we know our needs are, where our revenue is at right now, and that I hope we can continue to discuss, potentially adjusting that funding gap through a potential fee increase or some means to help us get some of this work done, some more of this work done that really needs to be done before we have cars falling into sinkholes like we had in Carriage Hills.
Speaking of that, was that getting started? Back
in 2022. We are wrapping up design. We ran into a little bit of a complication in that everybody's septic system perimeter drain drains into the storm sewer. And there was no record of that. So we had to go back and locate all of those septic system perimeter drains to make sure that our design could accommodate those. At this point, we've got that information. We're wrapping up the bidding documents and construction documents with the hope on getting those on the street very soon here. And hope to be able to be in construction late this year on that project, weather and site conditions permitting.
Well, Mike, I think I appreciate it. It's a very informative presentation. Thanks for taking the time to kind of sharing that with us. I think it just kind of reiterates our purpose in county government, these needs, maybe not very sexy, but stormwater and roads.
Or bridges or roads.
It's all a matter of interpretation, but, but these are things that I think that the citizens, our taxpayers deserve us to take action on and to put as priorities. Like you mentioned, I think the people in Carriage Hills have been waiting too long.
Yes.
For their project to be completed. I know Shorewood is has been on the list, and, we had a great opportunity with some ARPA money to offset some of these costs, but I think really it's the elected officials, us as a council, commissioners, really looking at this as should be a priority. And but I appreciate your information and your expertise, and it kind of really shed some light on, I think, where we need to really be focusing our attention on.
And I think I would commend the council and the commissioners. We did the same thing with the bridge fund. When we took over the bridge fund back in 2016 into 2017, we had 25 bridges that needed to be replaced. We had so much work that needed to be done, but council listened, the commissioners listened, the bridge fund was steadily increased with some pain associated with that. But the other thing that's in your packet is just a summary of the bridge projects we've got going on. And by the end of the decade, we will have replaced all of the priority bridge replacement projects that were identified in our most recent bridge inventory and assessment report just last year. So that's I think, a success story that the council has played a significant role in, and the commissioners have played a significant role in. And again, it's not sexy work, Mike, but it is important work. It's of utmost importance for public safety, the traveling public, the people that use our roads, use our drainage ways, et cetera. And I think if we take the same tack together as we've done with the bridge fund and apply that same approach to stormwater and to the roads, I think Porter County could be looked at as a model statewide for how to care for what is, I think, in my opinion, a primary function of county government, which is taking care of our public infrastructure.
I agree.
Appreciate it, Mike.
Thank you.
Got any further questions for Mike? I appreciate you coming on, late notice too. Jim, are we done with you? We good?
I guess.
All right. Hey, you guys don't mind if we take a 5-minute break here real fast? We'll come back in 5 minutes if you guys don't mind.
Hey, Mike? Yes. How old is the Carriage Hill subdivision?
20 years.
Okay.
Just getting to 20 years.
Yeah, if you could. Yeah.
So Sylvia, it's another one of those where it should have been better when it was built, but there was no county department staff.
But you have to remember that Carriage Hill's been built the same way again. Now,
And that's right.
that's the key fact here that we have to keep reminding everyone.
What's that?
We have put the processes in place
Right.
that it won't happen now. But we have to go back and fix the things that are 20 and 30 and 40 years old.
God, man.
It's under legal.
$48 million in
Legal issues. And here's legal issues. And here's the thing is,
I could send that to you.
if someone come into my office,
I think I got it. And
Right, go-
I provided these guys with lists for stormwater. So the road is just draft, so I'll give you numbers, so a summary, and then once we settle on that, you'll hear about it. We'll probably put out a press release.
No, when I first saw the bridge, the first time I'm like, to spend a fortune on those things, and I walked in and I was yes, I was actually very eye-opening. Was it Hope Club? Yeah, no, I mean, I understood.
I thought I'd seen.
I think you know.
Yeah. Is it, are you going up?
I know. Just
Well, and I reviewed the transportation plan for you guys, so I reviewed this.
We'll keep our fingers crossed, that's all we can
Probably
do.
Andrew.
You know what the problem is?
I'm probably gonna have to call this, I'm probably gonna have to get the additional appropriations.
You're at
So
the, you're at
update that, but it's, I don't know, talk to Morris.
This is all coinciding with the right time. I mean, I know
I mean, I would just note the roads.
Finalized, but it's talked about now, plans about now, so, I mean, I know we was sorry, CCD. Oh, yeah. Some of those things, but we're significant dollars that we can. No, I mean, it's, with our county especially being.
Well, I think it's fine to.
Yeah, we did, only that garbage development, so. Again, we don't, looking at all the needs, every single dollar.
There's a lot of families who go very well. Oh, no, that's right, that's a lot of things that they're talking about, just plain fitting.
I mean, unfortunately,
that was one guy was
Oh, nothing.
Salary, checked on that salary, that Valpo guy, 72.
Oh, really?
Okay. What's the deal?
We got a little bit of ways to go still.
No kidding. Take the minutes.
And that's not unique, that's Ringers.
Oh, yeah, that's quite a bit to do.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I know. Let's go. It's a long one. Yeah, we're,
You have to stay. Let's get that.
yeah. You want me to do something real quick? Who we got, everybody? Greg? Who we missing? Greg?
You got it.
Oh, I don't know, I was just looking at that, try to quick, I mean, we might as well get just Baker Tilly, yeah, let's.
Wait a minute. What do
Where's Brett? All right.
I do have handouts.
Okay.
I don't know if they already received them or not, but I did make
They
copies.
got them, but if you have them.
Yep, I was gonna ask.
Yeah, it should be in here.
Well, it just,
I'll let you two introduce yourselves, okay?
Did we get overtime today?
There's only two mics.
Yeah, I know I got sent out last week, but I don't know if you guys got copies. I can make.
We all should have copies.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
I was in court all day yesterday too. I was.
Hot seats. You know what?
No, we're on, what do they call that?
You're sitting there too, so. We'll let you in.
We got a flex schedule. Come in late tomorrow, would you? All right, well, thank you, guys. Sylvia's gonna kill me, so, all right, so, yeah. You guys, Baker Tilly. We're gonna jump to Baker Tilly. I appreciate you
I'd
guys
have to get a lot of money.
jumping around here, trying to make sense of it, you know, get a few people out of here, go through the commissioners, highway stuff, road funding, jumping into Baker Tilly. This is just a further discussion from our last meeting with the commissioners about bonding, and there was a quick meeting with a few of us, got a few more questions answered, not a whole lot, but so it was to bring them in front of all of us to have this discussion so we can everybody answer some questions, answer, so, you guys want to kick off, introduce yourselves, and
Sure.
Tell us
My
why
name
the
is
heck you're here.
my name is Jason Simler, partner with Baker Tilly, and we serve as a financial advisor, municipal advisor for the county.
And my name is Jimmy Shanahan, and I'm actually the county's bond counsel, and I'm with Taft Law. And I'm here to assist Jason and answer any legal questions that may come up as a process or some additional background for his financial presentation.
So I believe we sent out a feasibility that was dated June 23rd. I think it was last Friday. I don't know if you guys all have a copy of that. I can go through those schedules and answer any questions. If you don't have a copy, I have some with me that I can hand out.
is it, can you show us what you're looking at so everybody can see
sure.
it? Yeah.
Dated June 23rd, 2023, has proposed general obligation bonds as the regarding.
Is it the same as the April 25th?
No, these are more current.
June 23rd?
Yes.
If you give it to us, you'll know we got it.
Yes, sir.
It should be this one, right? Yeah. Same thing. We got it.
Thank you.
No, thanks. Thank you.
Well, as you know, the county currently has some bonds outstanding that are payable from property taxes, and that last payment is due January 2024. So the last property tax levy that we put in place to pay off those bond payments would be this year in 2023. So that December settlement that you'll collect will make that January payment. So we were asked to look at, there's potential projects that the county has they could fund from property taxes, and we were asked to look at funding a certain amount of projects at different sizes and trying to keep the tax rate level or as close as level as possible and see what we could generate. Based upon that analysis, we looked at doing a $25 million bond issue. So that's the version or scenario that you have in front of you. So if you turn to page 2, again, looking at a $25 million bond issue, backing out the cost of issuance per professional fees for our fees, bond counsel, and underwriters' fees. You can see there on page 2, that leaves about almost $24.6 million of proceeds available for various projects. I don't know if those projects have completely been identified or the scope, but again, this is kind of just seeing, what size project you could fund. Looking at the debt service tax rate, you can see below there, based upon your 2023 assessed values, the tax rate that would need to be put in place to fund a $25 million bond issue is a little over 1.5 cents per $100 of assessed value. That $25 million, we talked about various projects. We can get into those questions if you like, but we talked about kind of breaking that up into at least 2 different projects where a project doesn't go above the $18.3 million. because there's certain thresholds that once you hit those thresholds, that might start additional legal process that we may or may not want to go through.
Like a referendum?
Correct. Yep. The referendum threshold is $18.3 million. So if you know you're going to be paying the bond issue from property taxes, you could potentially be subject to that process. So page 3 takes that $25 million, and we looked at trying to maximize what you could borrow, and then also reduce the annual payment and reduce the potential impact to taxpayers. So we looked at over a 20-year period. You can see there in the middle the assumed interest rates. If we were to sell these bonds today, I think we could get better interest rates than what we're showing here. But trying to anticipate the market, what it might do, which I'm never good at anticipating what the market's going to do. But I have put in some kind of cushion in there in case rates do increase between now and then. And from what we've been telling, there's a good chance that the forward market could increase a couple times more this year before the year's over. So for about 10 years, I kept saying that property tax is going to increase, and finally I'm right, unfortunately, but it took about 10 years. But now we are seeing some rate increases. That being said, historically speaking, if you look over, last, 30, 40 years, rates are still, at historical lows or pretty close, even though they are quite a bit higher than they were, say, 12 to 18 months ago. Historically speaking, the rates are still pretty competitive. So again, on the far right side, you can see the annual payments, about $1,900,000, almost $2 million of principal and interest a year over that 20-year period. So then what we did was we compared that annual payment to what the county has currently been paying on the outstanding bonds. They're getting ready to mature. So if you turn to page 4, that second column there, you see the outstanding unrefunded first mortgage refunding bonds of Series 2021. You can see the annual payment, the principal and interest that you've been paying over the life of those bonds has been about $2.9, almost $3 million per year. You can look towards the middle of the page, the illustrated property tax rate. You can see in 2014, the tax rate that the county needed to put in place to pay off that $2.9 million was 4 cents. 2015, it decreased to a little over 3 cents. 2016, 3 cents. And you can kind of just see gradually over the years, the tax rate that the county has needed to put in place to pay off that same amount, that $2.9 million a year, has decreased gradually over that time. And the reason why is if you look at the far right, it's because of your tax base. Just like your general fund, just like all your other property tax funds, that's paid from your assessed value, your net assessed value. And your assessed value has grown over time. So that has allowed you to reduce the amount of tax rate that you've needed to fund to make that bond payment. If you look at 2023, this year's budget, again, the tax rate or the principal and interest payment still roughly that $2,965,000. But you look at the levy, it's more than half or less than half of what it was prior year, almost a penny, just barely a penny. Again, it's because your tax base increased pretty significantly in 2023. But also what tends to happen is over time, you've accumulated some funds over the year as you've levied each year. So this last payment, you've had some funds built up that you can make that last payment and not have to levy the entire amount. So for instance, even though your payment was $2.9 million, you only had to levy about $1.4 million because you had money accumulated over the years to help make that last payment. So that last payment's kind of artificially low, again, beneficial. So what we've done now is if you take that $25 million bond issue, amortize it over 20 years, that $1.9 million, based upon 2023 assessed values, we're looking at a tax rate about 1.5 cents, like I said, compared to the 1.08 cent that you're levying now. So it is a slight increase of less than half a cent per $100 of assessed value, based upon these assumptions. So any questions before I go to the next page?
Jason, by the way, did you ever do an average levy that was prevalent throughout the life of that bond?
I did on another report. I think it was over 2 cents. I think like the average over the last 5 years was like over 2 cents was the average. And you can see that again on the middle of the page. Last year, 2022, the tax rate was 2.4 cents. Prior year was 2.5, 2.7, roughly about 2.7 over the last few years. So if you kind of compare this 1.5 cent to, if you take out 2023, it was kind of anomaly, we're still below what typically you've had to levy in the past. But looking at, again, assuming that your assessed value stays the same for 2024 as 2023, which hopefully that's not the case, but assuming it does, if you turn to page 5, that tax rate impact, again, even if we assume that the interest rates on the bonds are, increase as I've estimated, you're looking at a 0.0044 cent increase per $100 of assessed value. So I tried to quantify that, what that means to a typical taxpayer in Porter County. So you can kind of see it with a $100,000 home, the annual property tax bill would increase by a little over $1. For a $300,000 home, the annual property tax bill, again, assuming the assessed value doesn't change across the county, the interest rates do increase how I've anticipated. The property tax bill would increase by about $6.50 per year.
Jason, can you also say what it approximately dropped between 2022 and 2023? Because it actually had to drop because of the levy dropped.
The tax rate? Yeah, that's on the prior page. Again, looking at the tax rate, it was, $2.44. I'm sorry, 2 cents, 2.44 cents, decreased to 1.08. So we're still well below what the tax rate was in 2022. So if you're comparing a property tax bill or this tax rate for a homeowner with this bond issue compared to what they would have paid in 2022, there's actually a decrease. So it kind of looks what you're comparing.
So 2023 essentially was an anomaly because of it being at the end of the bond.
Yeah, you had two things kind of working for you in a way, but against this comparison, you had an increase in tax base, a significant increase in tax base, which helped reduce the tax rate. Plus, you had funds that you accumulated over the years that you were able to apply towards that last payment. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest question was when we were on the phone that day was the threshold, but I think you said it for the single project, but I think you said that if you break it into 2 projects, the threshold raises?
Yeah, there's 2 kind of thresholds, and Jimmy, feel free to jump in. There's 2 kind of thresholds. One is the amount that you can issue in property taxes in 365 days, and that's $25 million. If you issue more than that, that could put you potentially at the referendum process. And then if an individual project is more than $18.3 million, that could put you above the referendum threshold as well.
Yeah, so we are prohibited from artificially dividing projects, but separate and distinct projects can be financed through one financing that exceed that threshold amount if they're naturally separate projects. So different physical locations, and then the 25 million is the aggregate projects catch-all. So that if you're financing multiple projects and the aggregate is 25 million, then that process would be subject to the possibility of a referendum if it's requested by either the taxpayers or if you choose to put it on the ballot yourselves.
So what if, just for discussion purposes, so we did, the jail was $18 million and the garage we spent, whatever, $6-7 million on? Well, what would happen in 366 days if we went and bonded for, $15 million to do the rest of the garage, the rest of the project?
So the 365 days relates to what we call a preliminary determination, not the actual issuance. So once we have 2 hearings and you decide to move forward with the first tranche of 25 million, that would start the clock. And then if you come back a year from now and you make a determination to do additional projects, that would be the 365 day, that would be the how we would measure the 25 million. So after a year, you get another 25 million of potential projects that you can determine to issue, not that you actually do
If
it.
it's the same project we're coming back to and we go over that threshold of a single project, if we, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so the project determination is made based on your expectations, and you really are limited to a certain dollar amount, because when we go through a particular process, we're limiting ourselves to that amount. So if there is a separate project down the road, or if the facts change, then we can revisit that process and see if there's something else we should or shouldn't do, or if it's a new project entirely. But if it's a simple matter of a budget overrun, then that's a different story than a new project altogether.
No, my thought is if we did as much of one, and whatever was left we put on the other one, waited a year and bonded for the other one, but it went over the 18 million for that single threshold, we kind of, cut the project. It's still the same project, it's gonna go over the $18 million, but we gapped it out a year. Are we skirting the?
Everything always comes down to kind of the individual facts. It isn't uncommon to undertake projects in phases, that as long as we're not doing it to skirt the process, if it's a natural kind of progression. So it really kind of comes down to how we're planning to implement our facility needs.
Anybody else have any questions for, I waited a long time. So then the process then, I guess, maybe Jason, is, how would that go forward for us? If we said, okay, we want to do the single project, yeah, that makes sense to us to go into the jail and fix that all up and hit the $18 million single project, just basically taking the jail bond and using it for the jail,
Yeah, I'll let Jim talk about the time frame. From my standpoint, if, again, another reason this is, we've talked about this for a couple of years is because we knew this tax rate was going to fall off. If we want to try to keep that tax rate in place so it doesn't fall off completely, from the financial standpoint and from the budget standpoint, we just need to make sure we close on the bonds before December 31st. I'll let Jimmy kind of talk about the approval process.
Sure, so in order to have the levy, we need to have the bonds sold this year to get the levy for next year. And the process for approval would require 2 public hearings, and then the adoption of a bond resolution following, or a determination resolution following those 2 public hearings. And that'll start a 30-day period where there could be a challenge filed, and assuming no challenge is filed during that 30-day period, then you would hold another meeting where you would approve the resolution that actually authorizes the bonds. So you're looking at, from an approval process, 3 meetings, and then if there's no challenge, we can get bonds issued in 90 to 100 days.
Is there a way to anticipate, maybe I missed it, if we were to do a second bond after the 365 days, how that would affect the tax rate, the second bond?
It would depend upon the size of the project.
So let's just say similar to, let's just say 25 million.
That you're looking at probably another 1.5 cent increase.
Okay, so, all right.
Assuming, everything else. Again, hopefully your assessed value is going to increase in 2024 and the impact won't be as much, but I'd say for estimates, another 1.5% increase.
And so you're saying 3 meetings, so it behoove us to do this by September? Act on it
To
September.
start,
Yeah.
yeah, I would, in order to be able to sell the bonds this year, it would make sense to start by September, but September at the latest, probably, without any special meetings.
Yeah, I would, not trying to pressure on your decision at all, but as we get closer to November and December selling bonds, no matter how proactive you tend to be, that's when the market always rushes to issue bonds at the end of the year, and you tend to see rates increase in November and December. So I do recommend, if it's something that you're interested in, and the sooner we can get started, the sooner we can sell bonds, probably the more favorable interest rates you have. Because if we wait till November, December, I usually see that end of the year crunch where rates increase and kind of pay a premium.
Yeah, I would suggest starting the deliberative process and then be in a position that should you choose to move forward, you have the flexibility to be aggressive with the market rather than finding yourself forced to try to sell by the end of the year if you so choose.
And all these actions and public hearings they're this board, the fiscal body, since it's a tax rate. So
That's correct.
We would have to do all the public hearings and doing everything, so. But with that, do you have to describe the project, if you're gonna bond the 18 million, let's just say the one project, or can it be just the $18 million and not tied to a specific project? Or since it's a single one, I mean, how does it have to be defined?
We would come up with a project description. There's no hard rule, but in order to classify that no one individual project exceeds a certain threshold, we would want to have a little bit of specificity onto how we would trace that project for that purpose. So generally, we have like more or less a general project description, but if there's, for example, the jail project, we would say improvements in technology and equipment at the jail, recognizing that that's going to be limited to a certain dollar amount. And then the balance could be pretty general since we know it's going to be, $7 million at most.
I think the bond issue that we did in 2017, I think it was pretty general to give you quite a bit of flexibility on what buildings.
That's right.
You could use the funds for.
I have a question. I think getting at what Jeremy was asking, statutorily, if the bond is floated, and can the funds be used for something alternatively? Can it be, in other words, can we be assured, I think that's what Jeremy was asking, that those funds are going to be used in that particular way, the way that was originally intended?
Are we locked in?
Right, yeah.
Well, you would be approving the use for those specified purposes, so you could determine to make it as narrow or as broad as you want for authorized use of those funds. But what we want to be very careful with is that we don't go over a certain threshold at a certain facility that would make the process that we went through to authorize that project to be the wrong process. And it's about transparency with the public too, right? I mean, in my opinion, if you're going out for a bond, we should have a clear idea. What are we going out for, how much, and be transparent with the public. Yeah, right? I mean, that becomes more of a policy decision of how broad or how narrow you want to define a project for the purposes of giving taxpayers full accountability on what you intend to use it for.
See, that's part of my question here, where you're talking about floating a $25 million bond. And for general obligations, but you're not clarifying what it's for. It's for the jail, and I've heard it's for the jail and it's for the county garage.
I think we would have to.
We would determine that.
We would have to.
Okay, so that would have to be,
Part of the purpose of the preliminary determination hearings, which you'll be required to have two, is to describe the use of proceeds, so describe what the projects are going to be, and also to go through a comprehensive review of what the cost and impact is of those projects and the financing.
All right, is there any other questions?
One more, if you wanted to do sorry, Jeremy, if you wanted to do both projects, say jail and the garage, $30 million. For the referendum process, talk about that, because I think a lot of people think it's scary. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I mean, especially if you're doing projects that are not really controversial. It's not raising taxes or. Yeah, so the approval process will be pretty similar. You have two public hearings, and what's different is that during that 30-day challenge period, if a challenge is filed for a project, for the aggregate projects less than 25 million, you are only subject to what's the potential of a petition remonstrance race, which is where you go out and gather signatures for and against the project. If you're above that threshold and someone files an adequate petition, then you're forced to put it on the ballot. And so what having that exposure creates a little bit of uncertainty as a potential time
for being able to undertake the projects. And if you choose to abandon the project, then you're prohibited from doing that project for 2 years. So first you have to wait to get on the ballot, and in order for us to get on the November ballot, we have to have everything done by August 1st. So we're looking at next May before you can get approval. So so your potential projects that you want to do could really be pushed back from a time perspective.
Definitely under 18 would be the way to go.
So you sometimes that's one of that time delay and the cost of rising interest rates and cost of construction materials going up. Those are the kind of considerations that usually lead people to try to do projects a little faster once they've determined that they have the need.
Gotcha, thank you.
But as Jimmy said, if there's a way, even if, kind of look at all-inclusive, a project may be over, 18 million or 25 million, but if you could break it out in the phases, that would be the best way to go.
And the description as general obligation is more about the nature of the security and not the projects themselves. So when we say a general obligation bond, what that means is you're putting the full faith and county behind the repayment to levy those taxes.
Yeah, did you have something?
I did. What's the amount of days in between the meetings? You said you have to have public meetings.
There's no requirement other than that we have to have at least 2 public hearings.
All right.
Do we have one of the hearings at a commissioner meeting and one at a council meeting, or do they all have to be at the council?
Both at the council. And I've seen them on back-to-back days, but never in the same day. So,
Have a lunch break and come
yeah,
back.
without having any official guidance, I've seen, as
Like
few as
football,
1 day between
2-a-days.
hearings.
One at a time.
Any other questions? No? We appreciate it. So, if we choose to move forward, I guess we'll get a hold of Jason, and maybe some directions. So, I appreciate it. Clarifies a few things for sure. Thanks for waiting through the meeting. I know it's a long one. We still got like 3 hours to go.
Well, have a good holiday.
Yeah. So, all right. So we'll go with,
Thanks again, you guys.
yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Go back to the front, the $5 million for Memorial Opera House. We had decided to put this on, as we were discussing moving forward. In my opinion, a lot has transpired, for me personally, meeting with both Commissioner Biggs and Commissioner Regnitz. So, things in my mind are about as clear as mud from when I walked into those meetings as when I walked out.
Jeremy, I'd like to make a motion, we make the additional $5 million to the MOH contractual. I think it'd be a good start. I know there's been a contentious issue, but I think it'd be nice to put this behind us and hopefully get the building on its way to looking nice.
There's a motion on the floor.
Are there specifics on what the $5 million is going to be spent on?
I was, great question, Mike. I was going to ask if, because I know that got brought up in last meeting, I didn't want to say my motion. I was going to say, from what the commissioners at their meeting, unanimously agreed upon, that scope, but I didn't want to muddy the waters. I just want to transfer the money, and that's that. Like it says on the
So we
agenda.
certainly can get into discussion here. I know there's a motion. Was there a second?
Well, second it for discussion.
So there's a second for discussion. So, well, yeah, have you guys send it back out in your meeting to Skillman to draw things back up? Is that what's?
We did, at our May 23rd meeting, we voted on the scope, and then we met with Schmidt, and we met with Skillman, and then they came back with proposals that we then approved unanimously at our June 12th meeting, pending approval of the $5 billion allocation this evening. So, yeah.
Does that include the $90,000 for the HVAC? Or is that a separate issue?
It's a separate issue.
Separate.
Didn't that get reduced?
Have they already?
It got reduced to like 12,000 or if maybe
It's been fixed for 13.
13,000
Yeah,
or something.
right.
They
We gotta
already
fix it.
started construction on that southeast wall? I
Pardon?
think that was already passed, right?
Uh,
That
the-
wasn't? I thought I was at a meeting where it was.
We actually broke the project into two phases. The first phase will be the exterior, and the second phase will be the interior.
And the whole thing hasn't done anything yet? There hasn't been any issues on it yet? Okay.
It's
thank
not
you,
even out
Scott.
to bid, right? You're just redrawing the scope right now?
Right.
That would.
Our
then
next,
send
that's
out.
our next stage, is to do this design and to prepare the two bid packages. The first for Phase 1 for the exterior, and the second for Phase 2, which is going to take a little bit longer. By the way, I just wanted to let you know that I was talking to Scott Cherry from Skillman, and even though the scope has changed, the actual dollar amount for professional services is remaining about the same, because Skillman was able to lower their cost for their professional services, even though Schmidt increased theirs, but it evened out. So we're pretty much at the same price point as we were prior to doing these changes.
So the way this works is that we don't know, when you talk about work on the exterior, we don't know what that,
We actually do. That was presented at the last meeting. We did talk about all of the
details
different
are gonna
items
be?
at the last meeting, at your last meeting. Mhm.
all right.
Yeah.
But we don't have any cost. We don't know exactly. I mean, obviously.
Right, because we haven't put it out to bid yet. No.
So what happened? No bathrooms are in this?
Not at this time.
There's bathrooms in the building now.
All right, yeah.
You mean in the,
Renovated bathroom.
Renovating, moving
updated.
bathrooms, trying to do things, you know. When I talked to you last, Jim, you said that you would support that even if it costs extra money. But
It's not in this particular scope, but it doesn't preclude them from being in a future phase.
Well, I'm just going to, just a pointed question now that we're all here. We had a plan, an original plan that was voted on, majority vote last
At the
year.
council level,
Yes.
correct, but not at the
And-
commissioner level.
Can I finish? And
Yeah.
then, yeah, thanks. We had a plan that was voted on. Original plan, which included the $5 million committed of ARPA money. There was a $2 million commitment from the Memorial House Foundation for $7 million, which included renovating, I believe, all of the buildings with the attachment. And at that time, you know, that was the plan moving forward. Why are we deviating from that plan? Why have the commissioners decided to deviate from that?
whose plan was it?
Skillman.
That was the plan that was
Schmidt.
presented to the council for
Porter County
vote.
Board of Commissioners never forwarded a recommendation for that build out to the county council to fund.
We voted on a plan.
don't-
We
I
voted.
know you
The
did.
7 of you did, but the Board of
Whoa,
Commissioners.
whoa, 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 whoa. Don't include me in that, Jim.
You're right.
You know, you guys keep trying to play that, split hairs with it.
Right.
It was in the
Split
plan,
hairs.
it was in the plan, the ARPA plan, and it was the fund, what we were presented from the commissioners. So, I mean, you can say we didn't vote on it, there was an ARPA plan that included the $5 million to do the entire, that, we saw it, we were presented it from.
Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. You threw in the $5 million into the art funds. When the original plan was thrown to you, did not have that in there. And by the way,
It was the final plan.
that is the single largest expenditure that was taken out of that 30-something $million.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I think it was.
What about
Pretty good at that.
stormwater?
It's-
Stormwater?
No, not, I'm talking single project.
No, stormwater's not, all right.
And Jeremy,
So what-
Jeremy,
How much money did we give away to nonprofits? Do you guys, do you know that?
Okay,
No.
can we get back to the discussion here? Because what we're talking about this evening is allocating $5 million for the Memorial Opera House renovations.
I
That's
know what we're talking about.
Right.
But again, and I spoke to.
I know, Jeremy,
I
but
know
I
what-
just,
let me
we've
finish.
been here a
Let me
long
finish,
time.
Barb.
I was actually speaking,
Barb, it doesn't
Jeremy.
matter, I'm the chairman of this board,
Okay.
and I'm gonna control the floor right now. So when we did this ARPA stuff, we weren't all that comfortable, and there was a number of council members up here that were struggling with giving money away to nonprofits. And I think finally, we came to the decision, fine, as long as we're gonna take care of our own buildings, as long as we'll take care of our own buildings, that was decided upon. And it was.
And we are taking
all the way
care of
to the
this
end,
building.
All the way to the end, you know, that's why I think things were even delayed, because getting the 4 votes to finalize that, you know, people, oh, you went through the process. It was struggling to get the 4 votes to finalize it. Because, again, we're giving a lot of money away, nobody else is doing it, okay, then we're gonna take care of ourselves. We got enough money to take care of ourselves.
Yeah, you keep saying
Jim?
we're giving the money away. We gave it to agencies and nonprofits who, to a great extent, are picking up a load we cannot, as a government, take on ourselves.
But now we're saying we can't afford to fix the building of our own. Now
Well,
we're
we
saying
are fixing the building of our own.
building our own. It was
We are
for a
fixing a
larger
building.
project,
We're fixing a building of our
$9.5
own.
million project that we decided, we had saw it, that $5 million was allocated to that larger project after we gave, you know, and I apologize,
I know,
whatever it was,
Jeremy.
$7, $8, $9 million more to nonprofits. This,
Jeremy, the commissioners voted on May 23rd unanimously on the scope. That was under $5 million. It did not include anything else other than the renovations.
See,
And that was on May 23rd, and on June 12th, we also voted unanimously to move forward with doing the design, preparing the bid packages, and putting it out to bid for that scope. That has been decided May 23rd and June 12th. So today, we're wondering if you are going to appropriate the funds to do that. If you do, wonderful. If you don't, we'll move on to the next project.
Well, what I'm going to say is there have been multiple changes to this project since the first of the year. And I don't know where the changes are coming from. There hasn't been shared information, at least with me.
Actually, the liaisons were included.
You have a tendency to interrupt. I can finish a sentence, then, you know, that'd be fine. But it hasn't been shared with either myself or this council, all these changes.
That's not
The
true.
ARPA
That's not true.
It has.
Finish your statement.
Okay.
That's not true.
Yeah. Well, again, it is true. You know, you talk about transparency, Jim, there's been a lack of transparency from your office on this
I got
project.
plenty of data back there that says that is not true.
Well, I'm just saying what I have received. Maybe you're saying it to everybody else, I don't know. But what I'm saying, this project has changed, and it's changed again, and it sounds like, I mean, we have said, we own this building. We allocated $5 million of the rescue money. We had commitment from the foundation, which because of you changing the plan, now we have lost of $2 million.
Oh, that's why we lost $2
That's
million.
what the individual from the foundation said, that because of the deviation now that you're not doing the entire renovation of the building, that offer's off the table, so you've squandered that opportunity.
Well,
I mean, and now they're, and you know, we're talking about leasing out the sheriff's residence. I don't know whose idea that is, but I'll make a public statement saying, you know, I think that's a bad idea. You're looking at moving offices that, for the Memorial Opera House employees to the courthouse, where their offices were part of the renovation of the original plan of, the renovation of the buildings. I don't know whose idea that is, but we get this information, and it's like, where is this coming from? And you want us to allocate $5 million of ARPA money, and we have no idea where you're gonna spend it.
So at
Except
any
to
rate,
say
can I
that you're
just,
gonna
now can I
renovate.
respond?
Now the bathrooms are not part of the, that was a huge issue, was to bring the bathrooms up to grade, because they are non-compliant with ADA, and now that, I heard that was back in, now you say it's taken out, so we're not gonna do that. It sounded like you were just Band-Aiding and kicking this can down the road for, I mean, if we would have stuck to the original plan, we'd have had this building renovated and done for the next 30 to 50 years in a correct way, and it sounds like all these just piecemealing it together.
Well, you know, Mike, it's a sad day in county government when you consider spending $5 million on a government building is a Band-Aid. That's sad.
I'm just saying that what is the $5 million going to?
Okay,
And the
can I
thing is
just-
that I have not seen anything that says, here's what we're going to spend that money on.
We actually presented that list at the last council meeting. And can I just talk about transparency? We met with all the stakeholders, and we invited the council liaisons. We could not have a quorum of the council present, and so we had the council liaisons, just like we asked you as a council liaison in our conversation about the jail. So, and what we did was we came up with the list of things that we felt that we could get 4 council people to agree to and 2 commissioners to agree to. And we came up with that list. The bathrooms were on that list. They were. And when we priced it out, that potentially pushed that price tag up to $7 million. I reached out to the foundation. I asked if they would consider funding that portion so that we could include the bathrooms. And at that point in time, they did not feel that they could do that. And so that meant that the bathrooms could no longer be on that list in order to keep it under the $5 million. So, in that list we presented at the last council meeting.
But who said it had to stay under the 5 million? This was
Right.
the federal money. This is a grant from the federal
I
government.
know, this is
We
the
never
$5
said
million.
we wouldn't. We never said we wouldn't go over that. As a matter of fact, we continue to say we will find the money to go over.
Although at the last council meeting, that was not a suggestion. So we moved forward with that not being a
Suggestion
suggestion.
has been to do the whole project the whole time.
Jeremy, we just had a conversation with the highway department and with engineering, struggling how we're going to blacktop roads for the foreseeable future.
Another things we gotta take care of, yes. Another one of our, yes, absolutely, Jim. Doesn't mean we ignore one. Again, while we were doing all this, you voted on the Expo Center for $5 million just a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Is that a core function? Why we
Yes.
didn't have a permanent road
Yes.
funding source?
Well,
Why we had all these stormwater projects, but you agreed to the Expo Center?
Yeah, sure did.
But at the last council meeting, when we mentioned the reason that the bathrooms were removed, there was no conversation about any other additional source for that potential additional $2 million.
There's always been this commitment that we want to do the full project.
Well, this was not going to be the full project, though. This was only going to be the bathrooms. And because we did not have a funding source for that, we moved forward without that.
We had the funding for the full project at one time, but because of...
Actually, it wasn't for...
Because of your delays and because of you changing the projects, and that's why we don't have it now. We had the funding. We had the ARPA money, we had the commitment from the foundation.
Well, then why did you pass it?
And if it goes...
Then why did you pass your project?
It was on the commissioners. Now we're coming back with a piecemeal plan for the...
So by the way, January 3rd, when we met with Skillman, in my second hour of being in office, and we went with Skillman, at that point in time, he notified, it was never $7 million. It was 7.5 with a $500,000 in soft costs that were not identified, that were not mentioned. And so on January 3rd of this year, it actually was an $8 million project.
That's crazy.
It was not a $7 million
I just sat in a meeting
project.
with you guys at the redevelopment commission, you told me Skillman said the whole project's $9.5 million. The
Well,
whole
it-
project, the one that we approved. Now you're saying just the bathrooms alone.
Well, Skillman was the one that put together
The
the
figure
match.
that they'd given us was $8.5 million, and that's just a guess.
For what? $8.5 million for what?
For the full, if we were to do the build-out.
The full project, $8.5 million. So that means $5 million federal, $2 million from the foundation, Memorial Foundation. That's mean to do the full project, we only have to find $1 million?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Jeremy, look,
Get it out.
I'm not going to stick the taxpayer's neck out on a block, on the hope that we get an agreement from a foundation, a 501c3, that give us 5 years, we'll try to come up with the money.
Is that what they said?
And again, we've had this conversation.
Okay.
I don't know how you justify spending nearly and it could very easily be over $9 million by the time that we get done with that project.
We don't know.
On a building that we deliver none of our core services out of at a time where we got a garage that's fallen apart, A jail that's got $25 million bill in it that has to be addressed.
We have
And
to do all
that's
those.
just the beginning.
We have to do all those, but so, if it was 5 million from that federal grant, 2 million from the foundation, and it was 8 to 9 million, that's 1 to 2 million, that's half of what you agreed to on the Expo Center. Half of what's coming out of that we would find from the county taxpayers.
Okay, can we just bring this back to why we're here, and that's to ask for the $5 million?
No,
I
see,
believe I
that's
got a
what I would
motion
like
and a
to ask
second.
you, Barb. Why do you need $5 million when you have not bid anything out? So you have no idea.
No,
what it's
all
going
we're
to cost.
asking for is the appropriation.
Okay.
For us to even engage the architect. We have no money to engage the architect. And we are not going to ask them to do something when we don't have the funding for it. So that whole motion that I made at the June 12th meeting was contingent on the appropriation of all 5 million today. And you wanted to say something?
Well, I think what's happened here is a squandered opportunity that I do place on the commissioner's shoulders for this one. You own this one. Because this is.
I will, I'll own it.
Yeah, this is, and you talk about transparency and taxpayer, what the majority of the people I've talked to wanted to move forward with this project.
Well, get
Under
out
the
of the city
original
of
plan.
Valparaiso, Mike.
Wanted to move
Talk to
forward
someone.
with the project. It was a unanimous vote that was presented to us. We had the funding. Now, all of these changes, you want us to commit this money to, I don't even know where the money's gonna be spent, except on the Opera House.
And we can go round and round and round this evening. We can. And we're not going to get to some of your other agenda items.
I will give you credit, there was not, I will give you, I do commend you for coming in front of the council finally. The last article I read is that you're trying to avoid council scrutiny. But that was the last thing I saw in the paper. But
Well,
at least
that was an interesting headline.
You want to avoid council accountability and council questions. That's the way it is. I mean,
Actually, we did come and ask you
If it was
for
such a
that.
great idea, I don't think I would be so hesitant to come in front of the council instead of skirting around the council.
We actually did come to the council at your last meeting, and we did ask you if you would like to lease the sheriff's residence for more than 3 years and for more than $25,000. We were not skirting council
Leasing the sheriff's
scrutiny.
residence, Barb, is a bad idea.
We were not skirting it at all. We came here.
Anybody I've talked to said that is a bad idea. That is our building, we should renovate that building and put it to use. Good.
We are.
And we're going to do.
Not
We are.
not to rent it out and lease out.
We are going
I'd like to
to.
point out that we're talking about the Memorial Opera House, because let's stay to that.
It has to do with it. It's the footprint of, it was gonna be included in the whole
Sometimes
project.
these conversations, they kind of go off in
Yeah.
other
Well,
directions. That happens
Council, the
sometimes.
Board of Commissioners is in front of you with this request. And quite honestly, I got to be honest with you. Whether you vote yes or you vote no, makes no difference to me.
And it makes no difference to me either. We'll be happy to do the
I've heard-
renovations, and we'll be happy to move on to the next project. We truly don't care.
One thing I think we can all agree to, over the last 4 years, we've heard nothing. This subject matter has dominated our conversations. And all I heard was that it needs to be renovated. It needs to be renovated. So I step out in the middle of the road with the offer, okay, we'll renovate it. We'll renovate it. No. We want another for whatever $1 million spent on it to do the build out as well. No, I'm not going to do that because I don't think we should be doing that.
Jim, your original step out on the road, and there's been many of them, was get buy-in from the foundation, we'll do the whole project.
And you don't have buy-in from the foundation,
And then they committed to
Jeremy.
the $2 million.
You don't have buy-in from the foundation.
Then it was,
They
okay,
won't
I'm
even
not.
buy into the
I'm
bathrooms.
not gonna sit here and argue with you. So here's where I'm coming from. What we heard tonight was we do have a lot to do. Absolutely have a lot to do. We always do in county government, and I think we've done a damn good job, to this day. What, Jim, we're not, our finances, when you and I first arrived on this council,
I'm just
to
saying
where
there's
we're at
a lot
today,
of
Jim.
things to do.
Yes, so, and I'm gonna take it from you, because all you did was scream on this council, we need a comprehensive plan, and that's what I think we need to do, in my opinion anyways. We've got Willow Creek Road, we have no idea what's going on, how are we gonna fund that? We've got all of our roads, we got stormwater, we've got the jail, we've got the garage, we've got the Memorial Opera House.
Got insurance.
In my opinion, we need to do them all, and I wanna do them all right, so to me, it's, why don't we, Barb, you said it, you were ready to talk to Ball State about, for $25,000 or something, put together a comprehensive plan. Why don't we give them a call? And why don't we tell them to come up here? We've got a lot to do in the next 1 to 3 to 5 years, and let's put together a comprehensive plan that includes all of this stuff, and including the renovation of the entire Memorial Opera House, include doing the
Include
garage
the bathrooms.
properly, and doing the jail properly, not cutting corners, not doing half of this.
Spending $5 million on the Opera House is cutting corners?
On
What's
any
wrong
of them,
with
on
you?
any of them, on
That
any
is
of them.
shameful.
Jim,
It is
Yeah.
not shameful. Jim?
To spend $5 million,
No,
that's
wait
not
a
enough
minute.
money.
I've sat here.
cutting
and
corners on
listened
anything,
To the
That's
conversation.
cutting corners.
on anything.
Wow.
I would just like to say Chesterton, and this is, I know it's a different project, but $5 million, Chesterton's building a 10,000 square foot state-of-the-art police station for 5.2, 5.3, so that's the total, and that's a brand-new, beautiful furnishings that we're proud of for $5 million. I mean, this is not a little bit amount of money. When we're done with this, it's going to be beautiful.
I'd also like to say, we had contracted Baker Tilly to do a comprehensive financial plan, and they are going to very soon be ready to present that. And in our earlier conversation with them, we suggested that we do a combined commissioner and council meeting for them to make that presentation. So I would also recommend that, because then all of us will be on an even footing and understanding where we are from a financial perspective, in addition to where we are, what we're trying to accomplish on all of our
I think
projects.
that you're saying it properly. Well, you're saying it, that you are wanting to have this plan on how you would like things to be done. Not as previous councils and commissioners that I have worked with, we have worked together to try for the betterment of the people, to try and make Porter County the best we can, to take care of our county buildings and that. What I'm saying here is, if it's not on your particular agenda, on the agenda of what the commissioners are wanting, it isn't gonna be there, period. And I think that we need to have cooperation. Both of us want to accomplish, we have what we want to accomplish. Our end goals is to help the people, not to get what we want, but to be.
Actually.
We have an opportunity, that Memorial Opera House hasn't been touched, or haven't had the opportunity to be.
That's what I'm here tonight to try to make happen. And it sounds like it's not going to happen.
What's it gonna
We
be,
do have a
$200,000?
motion and a second on the floor.
Yeah, because Sylvia, I agree with you, but for a different reason. What I'm hearing is, you don't do what we want you.
No, I'm
we
hearing
want
that
to
from
do.
you guys.
We're not gonna do anything for you.
In fact, I heard that out in the audience not so long ago. If you don't do what I would like you to do, it will not be brought up again. But I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we need to be together and work together for the betterment of the people of Porter County. We have the obligation of taking care of the buildings, and whether you like it or not, the Memorial Opera House is part of our
And that's what we are trying,
That's why you.
yeah, and that's why we're here this evening, to fix
You have the
it.
money to do it.
Then let's do it.
Why don't you do it all?
All we need is a
and do
vote
it
for you
right?
tonight. All we need for you tonight is to appropriate the $5 million, and we'll get started on it.
Renovating the Memorial Opera House.
So I would like to see us get together and work on a comprehensive plan that looks at the 1, 3, 5 years on everything we got in front of us. You just bonding, we've got roads, we've got stormwater, we've got buildings, and I'd rather look at doing them all
That's what we
fully
did
to, so we don't have to come back, so we don't have to put another plaque, on top of your old plaque over there, Jim, as it's crumbling after you did your last renovation at the Opera House. So, there's a motion and a second on the floor to move forward with this. You guys do what you want. I'm voting no at this time. I'd like to have this thing part of a bigger plan and the entire project still. I haven't gone off of that,
All
so.
due respect, Jeremy, that project.
We get a roll call on that.
project is not
please?
coming before you.
We get a roll call.
Councilman Rivas,
No.
Councilman Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilman Stone,
Yes.
Councilman Sims,
No.
Councilman Brickner,
Just a comment, until I see what the money's gonna be spent on, every nickel, I'm gonna vote no.
Councilman Graham.
I'm going to vote no because I need more of an idea of where the money is going to go.
Well,
Right
we
now,
can't
I'm
tell you that until we get it designed.
We're gonna
and
move on to
so-
library appointment.
No.
Citizens Library. So there's, you guys, we've got a library appointment, there's two, I think there's two applications in front of you. There's Alice Harrington and Julie Georgie.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion, I nominate Dr. Harrington, and I believe her husband's Dr. Ludwig, from Associated Pediatricians. Looking at her resume, she works for Porter County Child Protective Team. She's been in the area 41 years. She's a valued asset to the community. I think she'd be a very non-political person that would go the whole term of 4 years. I think she'd be a great asset to the library
Non-political,
board.
wish we could have made those appointments, or we didn't, to the health department. So there's one out there for the library board. I
The
know.
only reason why I say that was because when she listed her political field, this is it says not required. for
I know,
this
I was
position.
just
So
being-
that's why I said that,
I
not
was
to be
being funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just
So,
didn't want you being.
yep, there's a motion
Second.
to recommend Alice Harrington. Is there any other?
Yeah.
What?
He said, is there any
Oh,
other?
yeah, I know, sorry. I nominate Julie Georgie for that same position.
All right, so there's also a motion to nominate
I'll
Julie.
second that motion.
Doesn't really need him, but okay. All right. Any discussion back and forth or anything on it? We'll just,
I think they're both two good appointments, to be quite honest with you. I mean, I think it's a win-win. Like I said, my only thing that caught me was, I think Mrs. Harrington, Dr. Harrington, I keep calling her, would stay the whole 4 years, not being disrespectful. If you run for office, then we're back to square one, and we potentially lose a good person on the library board, and that's my
Talking to Julie.
only
He's talking to
fear.
Julie?
He's talking to Julie right now.
Okay, no, that was my mindset, is if you ran for something, I'm like, okay, now we're back to square one, and these don't come along very often. I think she's a wonderful lady, her husband's awesome, so.
that's never happened, right, Craig? Yeah, we'll just call who out you're voting for as you go.
Jeremy?
Julie.
Andy Vasquez?
Doctor.
Red Stone?
Dr. Harrington.
Greg Sims?
Julie.
Mike Brickner?
Julie Georgie.
Sylvia Graham?
Julie Georgie.
Julia Georgie, 4-2.
Did the commissioners leave? All right, of course they did, yeah.
Do we need 'em?
No,
Or anything?
no. I was gonna skip, I always struggle with this word, opioid settlement funds.
Oh,
Oh,
So
yeah.
let's go over this real fast, you guys, so it's in the minutes. There was just some confusion putting on the agenda. I know Greg's been working close with Barb
Yeah.
on, finding some organizations out there to grant this money to. Our first move was to allocate the money to sheriff to hire the social worker. And I thought that was a great move. And then they went out and they met with these different organizations, and I think this is perfect. Street level, finding these organizations that are helping people, recovering on the streets. So I think it's great, and I, applaud you guys for going out there and finding these organizations. So, I know we don't have it officially, we didn't advertise for it, so it was a little late. So we just make sure, Joy, that this is on the next month that we advertise for this. But just, I think maybe some of these organizations are expecting, do they need a commitment from us or
Those
something?
agreements got signed, the commissioners had it on their agenda, and they got signed, so they're ready for them to all pick up, showing that commitment.
Showing that commitment?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
okay.
we've already spoken.
They're good.
with,
So they're good. Well, I think it would be good for us if we just, if anybody's make a motion to support these.
I make a motion, we support the $60,000 grant fund divided up into the 4
Second.
respective.
Motion a second, that way, we agree with the commissioners on that, and we'll put it on the agenda next month, just in case they want to know the allocating body, the fiscal body is going to
Right.
allocate it. So, any further discussion?
And, yeah, just to make it clear, we get 60, this is only a proposal for 50,000 of the 60. We're not spending it all. So if we approve this and move it forward, in the future, we still have an opportunity, if something comes up, we can allocate up to $10,000. Or we can say, we're not, for whatever reason, we can roll it in the next year. So if we don't spend it, we don't lose it.
Gotcha.
I just want to make sure. And in all honesty, being on the negotiation with these, or the talks with these, this kind of, we're in bare bones, but we did that so that we have some money left over. We're helping these people tremendously. Just to give a quick example, the 320 recovery, our 10,000 is going to net them 60.
They're getting a match, right?
Right. Chesterton's going to give them 20. They needed 20 to get 40 from the, down in Indianapolis. So that's an outstanding thing, just to give you an idea about that one. So because Chesterton kicked in 10, we can back off, because they originally wanted 20 from us. So that's kind of, it's really cool. But these are all great programs.
All right, there's a motion, a second on the floor.
Greg, thank you for your work, you and Barb doing that, I appreciate that, thank you.
That's good, thanks.
Absolutely.
And 320 appreciates it too. They all do, I'm sure.
All in favor of approving these 4 grants, right?
Correct.
Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, and we'll have it on the agenda for, the appropriation next month. Holy crap, I don't know who in the heck schedules a 4-hour meeting.
Hey, I'm on my phone, my daughter's pregnant, so I'm just.
You gotta go?
No, not yet, but she's like really there, so that's why I keep checking my phone, not to be rude. But my wife's
I
like,
apologize.
hey, she's like, can you leave your meeting? I'm like, hey, I'll leave it.
Who can be the quickest right now? I know Stu told me he was, asked me, and then,
I can do this in August.
come on up here, Stu, you're next, man. What do you got? You wanna do it, what?
I can do this in August. I really can.
Are you sure? You waited this whole time?
No action
All
required.
right, I'm not asking again. No, I'm not asking again. All right, forget it. Park master plan discussion. Come on. We passed you. Stu, thank you, and I apologize for that, yeah.
This was a great meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Should have been to the last one.
Stop by tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Okay.
All right, you guys have every bit of 2.5 minutes.
That's all it'll take.
It's not a virtue.
Right, Brad?
Wait a second.
We are here because the park board is in the process of doing our most recent master plan. We have property that we acquired in 2006, right on the county line road in Pine Township. Candidly, the property has never elevated in the planning process above minimal potential utilization. There's a large ditch that goes through it. I won't bore you with the history of how we ended up acquiring it, but we did in 2006 for $206,000. We'd like to sell that property and convert that asset into cash and use that cash in a much more productive way to work on the parkland that we do have that has a high priority. We've had it appraised, and it appraised at $425,000. So if nothing else, it's been a pretty good investment over those years. The reason we're here, the land is owned and the title of the land is Porter County, so we have to have the commissioners sign the deed. We've gone before the commissioners, they've thought it was a good idea. They've made a commitment that if we do sell it, they will sign the deed. We're looking for a commitment, hopefully from the county council tonight, because under the law, the auditors will tell you that this money has to go back into the account from which it came, which is local option income tax account. So if we're going to spend it, you have to appropriate it again. And we're simply looking for a commitment from the county council that if it is a good idea in your mind, that you tell us tonight that you would intend, when we are able to sell it and get the cash and it goes into that fund, that you'd be inclined to appropriate it for some county purposes, some park department purposes. And real quickly, I've got our list of the kinds of things that we would spend the money on if this works.
Thank you. A raise for the lawyer.
Oh, man, that's number 1.
No, it's not on there.
Any questions? be happy to answer them. Otherwise, Mr.
I would like to say, as being one of the liaisons to the Parks Department, I was contacted on this. I'm very much in favor of this. I think that, again, this is a great opportunity for Porter County to take advantage of some money that we could possibly get here and move our Parks Department forward. And that's what I'd like to say on this.
Sylvia, I agree 100%. Anytime I can get money to Sunset Hill Farm, I'm all for it.
We'll come talking to you.
I like that, I like the sign too. I think that's gonna be great. I know we've talked about that. That's gonna be, and that's gonna be great to have that on. Signage alone is gonna be great.
And because
so, and bathroom, I mean, I know.
Because you said 2 minutes, I didn't even introduce everybody, but Jake's our superintendent, and Tony and Craig are 2 board members. Craig is the president of the board.
Is this current property,
Go ahead and get this land and are making money, you should come back to you, did the work.
I agree.
Run with it.
I make the motion, Mr. President.
I second.
is this wooded?
Motion a second.
I'm sorry.
Is this wooded property, farmland? Are we leasing it?
Currently, and for a number of years, we have leased it as land. And
I
it's
don't know if
so
it's appropriate, but can I hunt on it until we sell it? Or is it,
Now, strike
Honestly, one time we had an urban hunting program that was hunting on that.
I'm just kidding.
I know you are.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm out of time, but real quickly, it does have an interesting history. This is the ground that the Department of Corrections raised the vegetables on that they use to feed the inmates at the penitentiary.
Well, as a vegetable farmer, I'd like to make a motion that I farm it.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. The only thing I got
I
is.
hope you get the appraised value, if not more.
I don't.
Thank you, Red.
I don't see any of this money going to the Portage Park, the county.
Portage, what,
This is for the county.
Yeah, the county park in Portage, or Portage Township.
But I heard they have no.
You're supposed to say there isn't one.
There isn't.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Exactly, yeah.
Jeremy, you confused me.
Yeah, so-
what other land are you thinking about? Like, you got $100,000 here for more land acquisition? So is it like expanding? Do you
Yeah,
have any-
it's always a balance. We went through a period of almost 10 years where everybody was saying, acquire land, which we did, and then we've got no money to work on
Develop
it.
it, right. No, what I mean is, but this 100,000 is gonna be used for more land in the future.
More land we can use better for park
Gotcha,
purposes.
yeah, that's all, okay.
Got a great idea for it. Let's talk. All right, all in favor of supporting this and you're basically telling them that we'll allocate it back to them? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
For your
Thank you,
patience.
Alice.
Thank you. All right.
Get your raise, you got your raise.
I think we're down to the health department. Oh.
Hey, where's Sheila?
Waited.
Who are you? Why is the head of the,
Last.
the kitchen,
Don't ever
what was
be
it
Yeah, I know,
called?
you guys should
Inspection.
be afraid of them.
You picked a good one not to come to, that
This was crazy. You guys waited for another, last month it was just as long.
I know, all right.
Who else
Thank
are you
you,
at?
council, for having the energy to have us speak to you tonight. I will try to keep it succinct, if at all possible. First, I'd like to introduce to you Carrie Geschwind, who is our interim health administrator. She's been with the health department for almost 5 years now in our foods division. Hopefully, most of you have already met her. She brings a lot of energy and enthusiasm to the position, and we are very sad to see Sheila leave us, as she was cherry-picked by the Indiana Department of Health to be the Northern Region's health administrator. So we wish her well and are very excited about still working with her in her new position. But Carrie will be the one who a lot of times can answer your questions from here forward. So what I'd like to talk about tonight, of course, is the Health First Indiana initiative, which oftentimes is referred to as Senate Bill 4. Governor Holcomb in 2021
instituted the Governor's Public Health Commission. They worked for 15 months. It was a group of people from the community, from the health community, from politics, from all areas, and they worked really hard to come up with a great product that then became Senate Bill 4, which was passed in April by both the House and the Senate with a wide margin and bipartisan support. So, the bottom line for the executive summary from the Governor's Public Health Commission was that good health is important for pretty much everything. It's important for kids to be able to learn. It's important for communities to be able to flourish. It's important for people to be able to work consistently and productively. It's important for businesses and organizations to support less of their, or to need to give less of their money to health or medical resources. And we know also that that good health a lot of times has to do with things that are done outside of the doctor's office, right? Our behaviors and our environments, which is where public health comes into play. So the great thing about living in Indiana is that Indiana is a home rule state where we in the local agencies continue to maintain governance and control over what goes on in our local areas. So people who work and live in Porter County can help make decisions about the way dollars are spent in Porter County. And that continues to be the case with the funding from Senate Bill 4. That said, public health has always had a close working relationship. The local health department and the State Department of Health has always had a very close working relationship for guidance, for regulatory actions, for things like that. And it is, it makes sense that if the state is going to be giving us significant funding going forward, that they have suggestions for its use. So, that said, there are some significant challenges in Indiana as far as public health goes. We rank toward the bottom, even though population-wise, we're right in the middle of the 50 states or so. We rank toward the bottom in smoking, obesity, mental health, immunizations even, and then, of course, public health funding.
Dr. Stamp, can I ask you a quick question about this? Is this, okay, when they ranked us this way, is it broken down into counties?
Yes, in fact, so that was going to be my next slide.
Oh, sorry.
So this is where we kind of sit as far as Indiana, as far as life expectancy. About the past 20 years, we've started to see a deviation from the United States life expectancy, and Indiana is decreasing. So people over the age of 65, due to advances in medicine, advances in technology, we are able to help people live who are already sick live longer. However, we are finding that people who are in those middle working years, a lot of times because of behaviors and environments, they are getting sick earlier, and their life expectancy is actually going down. So a lot of questions arise, like where do we get our data? Over the past, since I've been here, 10, 12 years, and I think longer, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation compiles annually a county health assessment, county health rankings. And you can go to the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation website. They have, and every year they update them. And you can look at almost any county in the United States and compare it as far as health rankings go with any other county within that state and with other counties within the United States. So that actually has been a pretty helpful, and they compile their information from a lot of different sources, from the vital statistics sources, from hospital sources, from the CDC, from the youth behaviors surveys that are done annually, those kind of things, they compile those. So it helps us to gather some of that data. Now, to move on from there, hopefully in the future, we'll be able to gather even more helpful, granular data, kind of down to, we can hopefully gather data even down to zip code where we can find trouble spots and address those. Right now, however, funding in Indiana is abysmal as far as public health funding goes. So the average public health funding per capita across the nation is $91. In Porter County, our annual funding is $12.50. So, and across Indiana from county to county, it really varies a lot, from anywhere like $1.25 to $83. But it is all counties are funded at below the national average. I think we've been doing a really good job, given what we have, but there is so much more that we will be able to do with this increased funding. So, again, local is best. We can go to the next one. I'd like to spend some time on this slide here, because I think it causes a lot of people confusion, and it is a confusing thing. So the state appropriated a dollar amount into their budget for ongoing funding for public health. And then that is divided among all the counties and city health departments. If all the counties opt in, we are looking at that left column for the dollar amount. If fewer counties opt in, it could go to the right column for the dollar amount. If you look at the 2025 number of the 3,377,000 some, that would be the portion that Indiana provides to us. The importance of the opting in by the county is that they want to ensure that the counties continue to have commitment to public health going forward financially. So the county has supported us with a levy for, I don't know, years, many, many years. And the state wants to ensure that county commitment is still there to continue a financial portion. So when you look at the county match, that equates to 20% of that total. So it's a 20 to 80 ratio in terms of the amount that the county would contribute. The year prior, 2024, is going to be half that amount for what the state provides. And really, if you think about it, they passed this bill April 28th. The counties have to opt in, and we have to have a budget submitted by September 1st. That is not a lot of time for this degree of funding. This is important work that we're doing. So it makes sense that the state is providing us with half that dollar amount the first year. A lot of that will provide us the ability to do the community needs assessment, figure out who is already doing the work here in Porter County, and how best we can support them and fill in any gaps. So that is the 1,688,000 some. The county then would contribute in that first year an average of what it has contributed in the past 3 years. So you take the levy amount, the past 3 years, average that out. So it would be just over $1 million or $1.1 million. I can get that exact number for you, but I don't have it offhand. So it would be a little bit more this coming year, and then after that, it would be a lower amount. If Porter County does not opt in, we will continue to receive from the Local Health Maintenance Fund and Trust that ongoing amount of $135,000 $1,700. That is not our current budget. I think there's this confusion there that that's all you're getting. That is what we receive from Indiana through this Department of Health appropriated to us on an ongoing basis. It is effectively what was the tobacco settlement fund from the 90s. And we have been receiving that ever since in varying amounts. I don't even know how much is left in that fund, right? So it eventually will kind of wane. So our current budget, so for instance, for 2023, our current budget is over $2 million. And we receive our funding from the levy. We receive our funding from revenue that, for our services and permitting. We receive funding from grants, and then we receive that local health maintenance fund. So altogether, that is over $2 million a year. So this is significant, ongoing. It will more than double our funding for public health, but it is not 10 times the amount of funding that we normally get. So that explains a little bit. Hopefully that helps. Do you have any questions about that one specifically? I know that kind of trips people up sometimes, so I wanted to make sure it was clear. All right, so the next, I'm going to have Carrie talk a little bit about the core services and then some preliminary ideas for the funding.
So as part of the Health First Indiana initiative, there are core service and spending requirements on those core services. So as you can see, we will need to spend at least 60% of the funding on the public health prevention, screening, management services that are listed on this first slide. So we do provide or participate with other partner agencies for most of these services, but we can certainly expand these services and outreach in these areas as well. And as Dr. Stamp mentioned before, we have no intention to, recreate the wheel. If there are awesome programs that we maybe even already partner with in Porter County, then that's something where we can look at what they're doing and we can help to support that for those services. And then no more than 40% can be spent, and these are our regulatory services. So these are our environmental health programs. And so the biggest need that we see in these areas, just from our day-to-day work, are in language services. And we also would really like to create a hardship fund. Oh, I apologize. Do you have a question, Councilman Sims?
Yeah, I do. What is semi-public pool inspection?
Oh, okay.
Did you not know we do that?
No, and I don't know what a semi-public is.
So a public pool is where anybody can go. A semi-public pool is something like a pool at an apartment complex, a pool at a school. So those are considered semi-public, where not everybody can go, but enough of the public goes that it's not a private pool in your own backyard.
And you guys are doing this now?
We do this now.
But, okay, but you don't have to do private pool, I got a pool in my, I don't have a pool in my backyard, but if I did, do you?
No.
If somebody, okay, that's interesting.
So so when you think about the foods department too, it is not just restaurants and food trucks and things like that. Our foods department, pardon?
Farmers market.
Farmers markets, exactly. Our foods department inspects the hospital. And the schools and the university. So it is bigger than one would think. I think the thing we don't do maybe is
it's prevention.
Long-term care,
It's
right?
prevention. So,
It is,
so
right.
long-term care with the state does that still.
Okay, so, the next question would be this is 40%, the other one was 60%. How much do you have to, according to the law, are they wanting you to do this equally in 40, or can you lean heavy on, say, food protection and maybe slightly on, I don't know, something else? Okay.
Apologies. It's all based on the needs in our county.
Okay.
So that's where
Big smiles.
we're going to
We get all excited about this because we can use it where we feel in Porter County it needs to go. And
I think the limitation is only, it's a very broad limitation, no less than 60% of certain core services can be spent, using that money, and no more than 40% can be spent, yes.
Right,
And
right.
other than that, it's pretty broad.
So for instance, we already have a very robust services in quite a few of these from the 60% section. So some of our nursing services are already very robust. For instance, our vaccination, our testing and counseling for STIs and HIV, Hep C, that kind of thing. We do a lot of that. So we can look and see, well, where is there morbidity and mortality in Porter County, and go from there and address those things. We don't have to spend more money on things that we already feel like we are doing very well.
So like the middle one here, let's say there's a meth lab somewhere, then you would get involved in that?
Yes, yes, so and that's interesting you bring that up. So this is one of those situations where, every county is different, and so we get to use the funds in the way in which we have the need the most. So there are counties where they do a lot of that. Wow. That is a very large portion of what they spend their money on. So when, it's identified and of course it's vacated, then that has to be cleaned up properly, and that is handled by the health department, so.
There are some services on here that we had not been, the regulatory one, that we had not been very much involved in. For instance, the pest and vector control. Our environmental specialist would work with someone from the Indiana Department of Health, but that really the Indiana Department of Health did a lot of that testing and abatement control for vectors, mosquitoes really, and ticks they would monitor for. They are looking for us to take a little bit more of that on within our own county, which is understandable, but that will potentially increase some of the funding we need to direct in this area. Is something that the state was doing before that maybe they're not going to be quite as hands-on about in the future.
So this will we pass this, we opt in, I should say, this gives us a greater opportunity to help a lot more places, a lot more people, make the county safer.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
That's how we see it.
Yes.
I have a question. I'm also liaison with your office. The opt-in, if we have a problem with it for whatever reason, how long would it take for us to opt out? Just saying, if we had a problem with it for whatever reason.
So if we would opt in for 2024, then we would receive the funding. We could opt out for 2025, is my understanding. Is that the question that you're asking?
Is that, well, let's say for whatever reason, we decided it wasn't quite working for us. I'm just looking at.
Sure, as far as returning, I don't know.
Will we have to, A, return money, number one, and B, how long would it take to opt out?
So I understand the funding will be available to us in January each year.
Okay.
So if, and I, honestly, I don't know the process annually. I don't believe, I understand that there will not need to be a re-opt-in every year. But,
Well, that's my, because I was asked that question today, and so I was going to ask you the same question. The statute's a little unclear, so I've read it through again today, and it reads to me that the county, through the commissioners, have to make that decision yearly to opt in. And so that's why I was wondering that's the way I interpreted the statute. It was a little vague.
yeah, that is a possibility.
Yeah,
I am not clear on that either.
So I was wondering what
And we could get clarity for sure. I mean, we certainly can contact.
we can ask about that.
And I know the State Department of Health did say their guidance was that the county would have to opt in or had that choice to opt in or opt out every year. But
right.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know, it would certainly, you'd want it to opt out before the funding comes to you because it gets much more difficult to return funding to the state. I don't know if you all have had to do that before. So I'm sure.
Looking at all options of what we have available to us.
Right, and it may be a September 1st every year type thing. I wouldn't be terribly surprised. I know they will require us to submit our budget annually at about that time each year. So that may also be, the commissioners may need to do something annually at that time also. I just am not certain.
Dr. Thank you. I was going to wait till your presentation to ask questions, but everybody
Oh,
else is asking
certainly.
questions.
Ask away.
So I was going to ask about the funding component. So the minimum's 1.6 to 2.4, depending on how many counties opt in, opt out, I get that. How much money is the council going to have to put forward to I know it's a 3-year average. I mean, do we have an idea? How much, I would say fresh money.
I think it's 1.3
How much fresh money that we would have to add?
Average.
Yes,
to the-
so it's 2021, 2022, and 2023. 2021 was 1.5 million was our levy, 2022, 1.3 million, and 2023, 1.1 million. So it should be right about 1.3 million would be the next year's, this coming year's opt-in
This is not fresh money, this
contribution.
is just money that we already do it, so it doesn't make it.
Right.
Correct.
It wouldn't affect us
It
at
doesn't
all.
affect us at all.
Correct.
That's
Correct.
That's what I wanted to
Right.
clarify.
This, our levy rate has decreased the past 2 years, each year. So if, I don't know what 2024's levy rate would be, if it is lower than the 1.16 million, it would potentially be a little bit more of a contribution than just the levy for that first year.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, it makes
Okay,
total sense.
awesome.
I was just, the way, when this first started, people were like, oh, we gotta come up with $1 million, and then you find out it's the average, and we
It's-
already contribute to that, so we don't have to. put
It's
in,
generally
obviously,
what
fresh
we
money
already
to-
receive
Already
from the
received.
tax levy. Going forward, if it's 890,000 or whatever, then whatever we wouldn't be receiving could go back to the general fund. Of course, the county could offer to continue it to us, but we would certainly understand there's some other projects that it could go toward. So. I know, right? A few. I'm going to let Carrie continue on with our program and priorities.
So on the next slide, these are, of course, this is just preliminary. This is just looking at, our statistics from 2018 through 2022 and where we're at so far in 2023. Looking over, the concerns that we have here in Porter County based on our leading causes of death and disability. So we were looking at the possibility of this care team. So this would be a care coordinator who would help to provide linkage of care. So what this means is, if someone comes into our office and, or we're out in the public and we're seeing someone, and there are concerns where there needs to be a referral made, then this is something that can be a warm handoff. So, if you're in our office and you've gotten news about, HIV, STI, handing you somebody's business card and telling you that you really need to make an appointment and follow up, this would be someone who could be that warm handoff. They would, work with the person, give them all the information that they need. If something is needed immediately, we would love to set up telehealth situations in our office in a private area where they would have access to that. And just kind of make sure that we're doing a direct linkage right to that care, to make sure that that care continues and doesn't stop where, when they leave our office. Also a health education specialist, who, this would be involved in our outreach, which you'll see later, and then also, in our office, and as well as at fairs and in all those kinds of arenas. A social worker to provide mental health support. We would love to have all of our staff mental health first aid trained. Starting with the nurses makes the most sense. And I believe that this is something that we probably, can do through partner agencies, even through grants maybe that they have received that would, not be any additional cost to us possibly. And then work through a social worker when we identify these things by being trained to ask the correct questions, again, to do that handoff for the mental health support. Again, telehealth, that, if that's necessary, and would work the best for the person. And then also a dedicated school health liaison. So right now, all of our nurses work together on our school liaison program, but there's a lot we feel to be done partnering with the schools, and so this would be a person that would be dedicated to that position and that outreach.
So,
questions about?
Yeah, so you're talking about 4 different people? I mean, this care team, is it a group of people that do all these? Is it like one care coordinator, one health specialist, one social worker?
So it could be.
Okay.
Or, it could be structured in a different manner. So if.
Nurses are already there.
Well, like social workers, I guess, that stood out for me. I mean, we've got the Porter County one now, we got Sam, and I know Valpo's got one, other communities is Portage getting one? I think Portage is getting one, a social worker with their,
What they're doing with their
that money.
But,
You may not have to have one yourselves, you can tap into what's already out there, but this new money, if we didn't opt in, you wouldn't be able to do this, because we don't have that money.
Right.
Okay.
We do envision hiring a few people to perform these duties.
But that would be indicative of the opt-in, though?
The care coordinator, right, exactly. This is all contingent to Porter County opting into the funding, yes. The care coordinator, I think, is just an amazing concept. So from somebody being diagnosed with something on the outside at a doctor's office even, and not quite sure knowing where to refer, or somebody having a mental health crisis or something, but they're at a doctor's office, getting them to us and having somebody who knows the resources available in the community, knows the people involved, the contacts with the resources, and getting them either to their appointment or getting them scheduled, and then following up to make sure that they make it there. A lot of times, that final piece, as a doctor, I can refer people all day to where I think, wow, it'd be really great if you did this or this or this. And you hand them a piece of paper with a phone number on it, and, their lives are hard, right? Our lives are busy. And to try and coordinate all that and have people actually get to their appointments and know that they made it there, that might be a really helpful thing for a lot of areas, not just mental health and new HIV diagnoses, but, as little as someone who is newly diagnosed with high blood pressure and needs a primary care provider to know who is taking new patients within Porter County is also really helpful, because I don't know if any of you have had to look for a new doctor recently, but it is not always easy. So anyway, very excited about the idea of a care coordinator, and then at least one other within that health education, social worker, school health thing, probably one other employee at least within that.
Yeah, and as far as like social worker goes too, we see other needs as far as, mental health issues that could come in that may lead to, unlivable conditions, hoarding conditions, things like that. So also being able to provide support in those situations. So then in the services that we'll provide, we broke these down into 3 different categories. So of course, outreach, we talked about the public health educator, so being able to go out, reach out into all the areas of our community. Again, we talked about those community needs assessments and figuring out what's needed in what areas, and then doing those types of targeted outreach in those areas. Both with our public health educator, also with our mobile health clinics, being able to go out and do screenings, immunizations, whatever's needed, like we said, in those different areas. And once we know, like, the targeted things in the targeted areas, then we can know, what kind of outreach is needed in those areas for that comprehensive wellness. Talked about a lot of those things already. We'd love to host an annual community health fair. And then next slide, under programming, we talked about the care team and the possibility, of the care coordinator. And again, for the education referral program to be, comprehensive, to include mental health, chronic disease, and injury prevention. We want to increase environmental health education. So again, we talked about the vector control, and that's one of the things currently our environmental health supervisor is trained to, I'm going to say deliver, but I don't know that that's the word, apply certain, but we do have, there are other components of that we'd like to get involved in as far as education. We might be asked to do some of the studies on that, things like that. And we have some other employees in that area too, that we'll be looking to utilize and get them trained in these areas as well. Form a FEMR team. So in Porter County, we have a child fatality review team currently that meets as needed. But I believe Dr. Weaver said there are 3 teams. There's a fetal infant mortality review, which is what the FEMR team is, child fatality review team, and then there's another team that's like in the group that rounds it out. It has to do with suicide. I forget exactly what it's called, but it's overdose and suicide. And I believe she said there were 2 or 3 counties that currently have all 3.
of them. Yeah, that's
So
it.
we do have our child fatality review team, but we definitely would like to form a fetal infant mortality review team as well to improve health outcomes and reduce fetal and infant deaths. And this is one of those situations where I don't know that I have the numbers right in front of me, but just, one infant death, is too many. So we can.
Does the Porter County Foundation, or is it the Valpo Fund, the one that they came in from ARPA, they do one of these, don't they?
They do. Are you talking about First Things First?
Oh, is that where they?
The birth to 3,
Yeah, that's different than this?
That is different. So
Oh.
that is, like engagement, learning, and, engaging and learning from, talking is teaching, so it's all about the reading, the talking, the pointing to picture, things like that for the development, birth through 3 years old.
The fatality review teams are, get people together from law enforcement, child and family services, and the health department, the coroner, so gets, the hospital gets people in, like group of people involved, multi-specialty kind of group, in order to determine what really happened and how could it have been prevented, and what do we need to do? Do we need to institute something to keep something like this from happening again? That's really the point of the fatality review teams. They're great if they are effective. We need to come up with something that's really actionable and then carry that forward to prevent the next death, really. So that's where that is.
And then it goes on to lead testing and case management, and to make sure that all children under 6 are tested for their blood lead levels. And the actionable level in Indiana actually has rolled down in the last year for case management of blood lead. So, and then we talked about the school liaison, maternal and infant health and wellness programs. And again, some of these, we might be partnering with other agencies who have these things in place. And it's a great program, and so then that's something that we can work with them hand in hand on. And then, of course, tobacco prevention and cessation. And then next, I got out of order. Administrative, sorry. So of course, everything that we do needs to be data-driven. So we've talked a lot about the community needs assessment. So we'll be collecting this data, and then we, have a commitment where we need to implement evidence-based programs. So something that is been out there and that there's evidence behind it to support that it does have good results. So putting those into place, and then of course, we'll be responsible for following up, seeing how the programs are working, gathering the data, putting our own key performance indicators in place, and assessing whether they're working or whether, we need to make some changes to those programs to get the best results.
So the first order of business with this funding would be to perform a community needs assessment. Porter County Health Department, I found a gap analysis that we did in 2011, over 10 years ago. And I think with that, we did some collaboration with our stakeholders and other partners to kind of do an informal community needs assessment, but I have not found a formal community needs assessment in there. And Councilman Stone thankfully referred me to the Pierce Group, who completed the suicide awareness and prevention assessment for Porter County, which was published in May of last year. And that, I have a message out to them, and that would be a great place to kind of piggyback on if we can retain their services potentially for our community needs assessment. They seem like a really good group to be able to do that. So that is someplace that we're starting with. The important thing is we need to know where the deficiencies are. Where are people falling through the cracks as far as health services in Porter County? We need to know who's providing what services and where within Porter County. And we need to know what opportunities to extend those services to make sure that those who need them most are able to access them. And then finally, how to best connect Porter County residents to the services that are available. So those are the things that we're going to look for in the community needs assessment. And then develop a plan as to how to best move forward. The next couple slides are just initial thoughts in the community needs assessment, people who are our stakeholders, who we need to talk to. We want as many people involved in helping us kind of get their take on what they think a good programming might look like. This is not an exhaustive list, but it is just kind of where we started. Everybody we could think of that might be doing some of the work of the core services for public health, or have people that they serve that might not be getting services yet. So that's the community organizations. The next one is healthcare organizations and local businesses. Local businesses are really important because a lot of them actually do provide some services as far as their health insurance, their wellness programs, their EAPs, employee assistance programs, those kind of things. And so it's really helpful for us to know what services they provide. Are there any barriers to their employees receiving those services, and how can we fill any gaps? The other thing that can really be helpful is, within industry and such, what are they seeing as far as work absences or workers' comp issues? Are there safety things that we can help with, or injury prevention issues that we can help with there, and health issues that we can help with their employees? A lot of them know their employees very well, their demographic, so we need to engage local businesses. And then education, of course, we certainly will have a direct link with the school liaison, but even higher education and pre-K and preschool, and then other community members who might be interested in helping, or might have people who require services that we can work with. So that is, again, not an exhaustive list. I did have one mention for IDEM being on our list. I haven't put that on there yet, but as they do air and water sampling, we need to know what they do and how they do it and when they do it, so that we can, fill in any gaps if there's needs there. Again, if Porter County opts out of funding, we'll continue to receive the local health maintenance fund and trust for $135,000. And our services will effectively remain where they are. We, of course, will continue to improve our services as best as we can with the funds that we have. We are committed to offering the best services we can. And then a lot of our funding will continue to come from grants. This slide finally is where our health fund has been. This is also a bit of a confusing slide. And people are asking, well, what happened in 2014? As far as I can tell, I think that was about the time that the property tax cap came on board. Maybe you know better than I do, someone who's been on the council longer than I've been around. So, at any rate, this is the dollar amount that we have in our fund at the beginning of every year, effectively. So it is not our budget. This is what is in our health fund account. So it climbed significantly during COVID, but we are losing a lot of those grants, of course, because the COVID emergency is over. So, and our funding will drop from there. So we are looking forward to doing really great work to improve the health of Porter County residents with the Health First Indiana initiative. This is out of date. We have, as of today, there have been 32 counties who have opted in.
Wow.
So that is a third. Over a third of Indiana counties have opted in. So we're excited about that. There's still 2 months to go, July and August, before the deadline. So we are looking forward to join those opt-in counties. I am hopeful.
And there is a link that they update. So what we found out was, yesterday, the map showed 25, but when Dr. Reaver was here, she said 30. So when I got in this morning, there were 30 counties highlighted who had opted in. And so we called, and it's 32 as of today. So we'll see those get added.
And we understand, pardon?
Well, I was just gonna say, when do you go in front of the commissioners?
July 24th.
And when is the deadline?
September 1st. So we are going to start in earnest already working on a budget to submit on September 1st, because we need to submit one. If, assuming that Porter County opts in, we will need to submit a budget that same deadline day of September 1st. I'm hopeful. I can't speak myself for the Board of Health, but I believe we are ready to work hard in the same direction going forward to make the best use of this funding.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Very
it's
good,
awesome.
thank you. I have one question, a very good presentation, thank you. I think it's a great
Thank
opportunity.
you. Sorry it's so long and at the end of
Oh,
the
it's fine.
evening here, but.
Yeah, very, very interesting. You mentioned the home rule and your partnership with the state. And just to clarify, I think I know the answer, but if you can just, does this money affect any of that home rule? Does the state have any, a little bit, do we lose a little bit of our autonomy because of
The
this?
only control they have over the money is that no more than 40% can be spent on those regulatory services. We do need to submit a budget annually for the state budget review. Is that the organization that does that, the body that does that? And there will be basic KPIs, key performance indicators for each core service. They are very basic, and their expectation is that we are creating our own local KPIs based on what we see here on the ground in Porter County, and then we work toward those goals. So it is still a home rule decision as to how this money is spent.
Very good, thank you.
The first year KPIs are simply that anybody who opts in is required to provide an evidence-based program for each of the core services. And then at the end of, I believe it's December 31st, 2024, we have to submit our own KPIs. So that's where we have to say, these are the numbers that we're looking for. So it's completely based on what our needs are here in Porter County and how we're going to use
So they
it.
will give you no KPIs, which you've got to administer from, or meet from the state. They
No numbers, right? So it's just saying, so they're saying if you opt in, you must provide, these services. And so then the KPI for this first year is simply that we must either partner with or on our own provide some kind of evidence-based program for each of the services, so.
For instance, tobacco cessation and prevention. Their KPI is that we partner with a TPEC program, a tobacco education and prevention program that is also separately kind of funded by the state, and we already do that. They are housed at Valparaiso University. We already work with them pretty closely. So most of the KPIs, we are just check, 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 check. So that's really nice for this first year.
Well, I'm glad the amount of money that we don't have to kick in additional money, so it would be additional funding. I think the legislature missed the mark though on the core services with mental health and young kids, adolescents. I'm glad we're getting care coordinators. I'll never turn down help for mental health, but, you know, you go to a care coordinator, and if you can't go to a psychiatrist, you can't find a psychologist, it takes you 8 weeks to get to a psychiatrist because, you know, your kid's wanting to commit suicide, you can't get into a doctor. Oh, and by the way, there's only 17 beds in Porter County. We were supposed to have 100 beds, so they missed the mark big time. I'm glad, you know, we're doing this, but
Right.
it just kind of,
And-
it's been frustrating for me. It's a little teeny step in the right direction, but as far as the underlying issues, it's.
Right. There is absolutely a
Mark
big
Ennis.
mental health need in
And it's not even
Indiana
in the-
and in Porter
it's not
County.
even in- it was like a slap in the face. I look, and like I said, nothing against smoking cessation. I get that. We do that in the schools. But it's like half the kids, I forgot the statistic, 18 to 25. It's unbelievable. And it's staring us in the face, and the legislator goes, hey, let's worry about smoking cessation. Let's worry about septics. Let's worry about, I get it, but it just,
Right.
that's why I'm not a legislator, you know. guess
And
I'm
I know,
not-
and I'm not in the Indiana legislature, but I am hopeful. There was quite a large mental health bill passed also. This first year, it really focuses on making sure there are mental health services in all the counties. And we do already have mental health services here through Porter Stark in Porter County. So, and crisis services, I believe, is where Porter Stark is going to be obtaining some of that funding. But I'm hopeful that as they get those baseline infrastructure things set up for mental health throughout the state, that then they'll be able to build a more robust program around the state to include Porter County, if that makes sense. That's my hope.
Thank you very much. I
Thank
appreciate it.
Awesome.
You're welcome.
So Harold, just trying to understand the whole opt-in, you know, to Red's point.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Hey, somebody turned up the.
I'm allergic to long meetings, I guess.
I have no idea who set this up. I've been sitting here for 5 hours. The whole opt-in, I'm thinking is the 3-year average, then if you get the money, it's to not lower that tax rate as you're getting the new money to kind of supplement. Is that why you come up with the average and then you can't lower that rate? Is that the whole gist of
The statute specifically says it's an average for 2024, the average of the 3 years prior of the budgeted monies for the health department, is my understanding. And then going forward, it will actually decrease, I believe.
The requirement decreases.
So in terms of the
It'll be
actual
measured
tax rate-
differently, because it'll be 20%
Of
of
the-
whatever the total funding would be. So,
If you opted in.
as long as you opt in, that the Indiana would provide 80% and Porter County would provide 20%. That will be a higher number, of course, if fewer counties opt in and they give us a lot of money, if we hit more of that maximum. But, right, so going forward, it could be quite a bit less that we are required as a county to contribute.
You look. You all right? You got any questions over there? I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Did we do it right? Explained it okay? Okay.
Anybody got any more questions? Well, I mean, is there, and you don't have to, it's up to you guys. I had Harold, put a resolution together in support of it. you know, to just send to the commissioners, hey, we support it as a council, you know, we play a role in this. It's up to you guys, if you get a chance to read it. You know,
In light of everything of tonight, I'd like to just table it and let them opt in. I think they're gonna opt in anyways personally, so I just don't wanna be another poke in the bear, you know,
I, quite truthfully, have been very verbal on what I think is a great opportunity for Porter County. Once again, hopefully we'll opt in and take advantage of really taking advantage of what our legislators have given us. We can opt out, you know, but I think we should, we're always on, Porter County's always on the cutting edge. We should remain there.
yeah, I haven't heard a reason or seen a reason why we shouldn't.
And Councilman Sims, I just want to let you know that Hamilton County has opted in, just so you know.
The what is?
Hamilton County has opted in.
All right, well, yeah, it's 5 hours I've been sitting here, so, I appreciate you guys being patient last month.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. We do, our community needs assessment went live today, and we do have, if anybody wants to scan the QR code or take some, they'll be back on the back, and that's gonna go in the paper, and we're gonna post them around, and that's for the community to take the survey and say where
Very
they
good.
think that the needs in their area are the greatest.
All right,
Thank you guys
thank
so
you.
much.
thank you very much.
We still have second reading, we never did that.
Yeah, I can fly through it for you real quick. Tonight, you voted on the following appropriations and approved them. Commissioner General Fund.
3 hours ago.
$100,000 to postage. Commissioners Lit Fund, Auto, Truck, and Equipment Supplies, $100,000. Contractual, $37,900. Tax Sale Fees Fund, Contractual Services in the amount of $50,000. LRB CCMG Match Fund, $2 million to bituminous. Local Roads and Streets, $150,000 to vehicle repair. Motor Vehicle Fund, $500,000 to bituminous. Extension General Fund, $3,000 to travel. Reassessment Fund, $6,220 to hourly. Soil, Water and Conservation Fund, $11,580.47 to salaries, $185 to hourly, $900.06 to FICA, $19,376 to medical life insurance, $1,297.01 to perf. School Officers Resource Fund, $15,237 to salaries, $819 in FICA, and $19,376 to medical life insurance. Second reading.
I'll entertain a motion on second reading.
Motion to approve.
Second, can we get a roll call on second reading?
Jeremy Rivas.
Yes.
Red Stone.
Yes.
Rex Sims.
Yes.
Andy Vasquez.
Yes.
Mike Brickner.
Yes.
Sylvia Graham.
Yes.
6-0.
All right, I appreciate it. I will, I know it's 9:30, some people waited around, but I'll open the floor up for public comment, but it's,
2 minutes.
you know, be limited to 2 minutes. I mean, if you've got something you want to hand out, hand out. I mean, if you've said it before, I know.
Are we gonna have an opportunity, Jeremy?
You guys are kind of
You want an
commenters.
Are we gonna have an opportunity to say something after the public comment?
Or you want to say
Yes.
something now, or?
I had a couple things.
Yeah.
Before that. First of all, I think this, I think this is a great opportunity that we should take advantage of,
Yeah.
with the opting in. The other thing, this was a contentious meeting, but just to say personally, I think I finally got some answers, and unfortunately, sometimes, I'm not saying that this is the way the meetings should be, but, I think that some hard questions were asked, and I think that finally some answers were revealed. But we're all in it together. I think we do need to work together. And I see Dr. Stamp is still here. I was going to wait till she left. But I didn't want to put you in a position, but I'm going to share with the council something that's concerning. We talk about transparency, is some issues with the Board of Health new appointees. I received a very concerning email, and I don't mind sharing it publicly, involving some treatment, and I'm not here to embarrass anybody, put anybody on the spot, but some treatment of Dr. Stamp from the board, the new board members. that it's, could be politically motivated. I'm not, details weren't revealed in the email, but I don't know, I'm just going to present to the council that, you know, again, this is another incident that has been brought to our attention that I'm concerned about. And the first incident, you know, I don't have much confidence in how that was handled. We talked about it earlier with the former employee from the highway department, but it was brought publicly to our attention. This incident now has been brought to our attention. I don't know if we need a resolution, or something from this council to take some type of action that is appropriate action to have it looked into and investigated properly to get to the bottom of what is possibly occurring. I think we have a valuable member of our health board, Dr. Stamp, that and if there's any mistreatment that is happening at any board meeting and it's brought to our attention, I think that we have an obligation to at least look into it and either substantiate it or unsubstantiate it, if that's the way it turns out. But to just brush things under the carpet and ignore it, I think would be a disservice to what our obligations are, and I think to the citizens of Porter County, if they were to know things were going on and it was being ignored. I think that at times we have to, when something's brought to our attention, I think we have to do our due diligence to either prove it is actually factual or to disprove it for the benefit of our employees. And I don't mind saying, if the commission, they were still here, I think that the previous incident that was brought to our attention, I don't know how much was done to actually address it thoroughly and properly, but it wasn't brought to us first. But in this case, I don't know. But since I'm aware of it, I don't know who else got the email. I didn't check the recipients, but I would like to propose to the council that we take some initiative to look into it, and if one of our, people is being mistreated by a board member or at board meetings, then I think there should be something to get to the bottom of it.
Hey, Mike, with all due respect, we're the fiscal county, the fiscal body. The commissioners deal with that, and if there's any mistreatment that Dr. Stamp has had, I'm sure you can talk to HR, you can talk to Jim, Barb. I mean, I don't know, I read the same email, I don't know what treatment there is, but if it's just bantering back and forth, I don't know. And again,
Let me just say, to add to segue, Red, that I don't have much confidence as I'm sitting here right now tonight that it would be, if we did just forward it on to the people that should look into it. I don't have the confidence that it would be done properly, and I don't have the confidence anymore that it would be done thoroughly, and that it would be in the best interest of all the residents of Porter County.
Mike, with all due respect.
I'm just saying.
The first incident, Jim explained, you had a conversation with Jim about the first incident, okay? You can call him and find out the conclusion of that. Harold, if you'd like to maybe find out and talk to Mike, then you can explain to Mike the conclusion of that incident.
I don't know what to be. I do not just.
Or you can call Scott or do whatever, and then you
I've
can
not been
get back to
informed,
Mike.
but I will certainly find out.
So that's that. But to say you don't have confidence, you say you don't have confidence when you don't even know the situation. And I think it's patently unfair for the commissioners. And everything since I've been here has been, it's really a bad situation here. I mean, how do you say this email that we got, you don't know what's going on? Wouldn't you think you'd investigate a little bit before you came to a meeting and said we should take action? What action? Maybe I don't know, but maybe Dr. Stamp and them have, maybe they've talked. I don't know, but.
My intention was not to put Dr. Stamp on the spot tonight.
But I think you put all of us on the spot, you put the commissioners on the spot.
When you talk about, being unfair, the only thing unfair about it is if it's swept under the rug. That would be unfair.
How do you know it's being swept under the rug?
That's why I said to at least do something to ask the commissioners to look into it thoroughly, to investigate it, so it's not any type of perception that it's going to be swept under the rug.
I mean, Dave's the attorney, you have Dr. Stamper, I mean, you're the attorney, if there's an issue or a problem, bring it up to Jim. Bring it up to Barb, Jim's the president of the commission, bring it up to him, right? If there's an issue going on.
All I'm asking is if there's something that we can do, something formal to recommend to the commissioners, if that's what it would be, that this be looked into and reported back. So in the spirit of transparency, that seems to be the word of the evening. I think that the citizens deserve, an answer as well. This is just me speaking.
Yeah, I'd like to hear, because I just got an email, but if there's something going on, by all right, yeah, absolutely.
Are you sure, Dr. Stamp?
It is, I'm happy to talk for a moment. The board and I, and among the board, we were having some communication difficulties. Last week, it kind of came to a head. And I was able to speak with most of the commissioners, and Dave and I were able to meet with a board member, and we feel that we have a good path and a good plan going forward.
Good.
Where our communication is improving, and where we have a plan to continue good communication and work together to go forward for the good of the health department. I am hopeful that we will continue to do so, and the lines of communication with the commissioners have also opened, and we are all, at this point, I feel that we're all on the same page, and we're all working together toward the same goal for the good of Porter County. So I thank you for being involved. I appreciate that, I really do.
See, anytime they can make Jim and Barb look bad, that's what this is all about, and I just think it should be handled behind closed doors.
Why are you assuming that?
Because it's Mike, that's
But that's one person, that's not the whole board.
No, Mike, I'm sorry,
I speak for the whole board.
You are 100%, and I
Okay.
correct myself.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Mike,
so-
that's.
Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
That
Thank
is,
you, Doctor.
that is
Absolutely
where I believe we are right now, and I feel like we can move forward. Again, I am not on the board. I shouldn't speak for the board as a whole. But I feel hopeful that we can move forward
better
for the
place.
good of
Yeah.
Porter County, and we are in a better
There you go.
place. Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
very much. I appreciate your
When you get new people on,
concern.
you're gonna have different thoughts, different opinions, and it's how everybody has to work it out, and eventually, it gets worked out, right? I mean, not everybody's gonna be on.
Well, Dr. Stamp,
Same
just
board.
for what it's worth, me personally and, whoever else on the council will hold people accountable in the future if need be.
Thank you, I
Despite-
appreciate that.
Despite any of that down there.
At the same time, my goal is really
And we'll
my
do
goal
it-
is to really work together with people
We will do it
to
for the
make
right
a great
reasons, and
product and
you're a
service
val-
and
you're-
department.
You are a valued individual here for our county, and any mistreatment of our people comes first.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was a concerning email. So, all right, I think we'll open the floor up for 2 minutes. I mean, it's gonna be short. It's 9:45. So if you've got something to pass out, you got something to, yeah.
I gotta hit the bathroom, I've been to the bathroom for 5 hours.
I'm with you. So we'll open the floor up. Just state your name over there. Quick comment. Yeah. Comment statement. Go ahead. Stand over by the microphone. It's.
We still have attorneys report.
We.
Sure.
Hi, Deborah Silvert, Morgan Township. I
It's late. I'm not going to take any amount of time. You are all, or should have been in receipt of email from me. Some of you, I didn't have direct email addresses for, so I had to send it to the county council. I fully recognize that you are a fiscal body, but you did say that you were going to make a resolution, or, a recommendation to the commissioners to go ahead and opt in on this bill. I'd like to know how many of you have actually read the text of SEA 4. It looks like this.
SB 4?
No, SEA 4. SB 4 is what it was formerly known as. It's now SEA 4. Looks like this. 36 pages, very wide margins.
So it's not gonna be a back and forth. Make a statement, comment.
Okay,
just let us know.
who has read it? If you would just let me,
Is it the same as the video that they showed?
no.
No, that's completely different.
No, this is the actual text of the legislation of SEA 4.
Just,
Attorney Harper, have you read it?
I have read it.
Yeah.
Okay.
so-
But I would have to agree with Mr. President that this is public comment
Yeah.
and not a time to.
Okay,
Debate,
fine.
question.
So my comment is as follows. Just 2 points that I really wish to make. One is that the health department's presentation assures us that it's kind of a no strings attached thing, that we have this home rule, and that the State Department is not going to be in any way controlling what we do on a local level with our public health initiatives, except for, of course, the fact that, they want the 60% of these core services, the 40, okay, that's fine. So that's one point about home rule. And then the second point is the last section of this act, which is very concerning. I just want to very quickly read here those 2 quotes actually from the text of the legislation. Okay, so this is in section 19, applying to a local health department in a county where the county executive has voted to receive the additional funding to provide the core public health services. So in section 19, it states that a county, this is subsection I, a county that accepts the additional funding to provide core public health services does not transfer any authority under statute in operating local health department to the State Department in exchange or in return for the additional funding. That's the quote. They tell us there's no transfer of authority. Yet in section 20, the immediately following section, it says under section C, this is 20C, the public health personnel of local health departments, and then there's 2 items, and then the third item is shall perform additional duties prescribed by the rules of the State Department and the local Board of Health under the general supervision of the local health officer. So to my read is that completely undoes the previous clause. There's not going to be any control of the local health board, and yet we have a statement in the very next section that says that local personnel shall perform additional duties as prescribed by the state. That does not sound like autonomy. Last, the only other point I'm going to make. Last section of the actual text, section 60, it's very short. Quote, an emergency is declared for this act. I'd like to know who declared the emergency, what the emergency is, when this was declared. Why is this an emergency? That's all I have. Just bringing the questions up. I have a number of them. You see them in email. You'll be hearing more from me. I have more detail I can get into based on the Health Department's presentation tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, Harold, and you guys got Harold's summary on it, from the bill sent to you, so if there's nothing else, I'd really like to go home. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make motion. Second.
Second motion, 1, 2, 3. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Dang.
I had to make sure there was 4 real fast.
No problem.
Holy.